Takahiro Tezuka. Going to Germany, can we slightly narrow the gap between you and me? Er Zhou Zhu said, Echizen, do you have any opponents who don't want to lose even if you die? Yakujin Ren, with a complex expression. I have nothing to say about him. Is my master's self-esteem. It's like the incompetent barking of a defeated dog. Yukimura Seishi said, is that extreme fear finally going to be experienced again? It makes me tremble with anticipation. Shinichiro Makita said, I will bet my life on this showdown. Yukimura said, Father, this is the first time I feel so helpless. Please help me. A certain U17 coach from Bangzi country exclaimed in despair, has he destroyed my ace that I have worked hard to cultivate for 10 years? Relax, we just need to enjoy tennis together, said Bantian with a gentle smile signed, rest assured to read. Keywords of the novel. Netizens. The Great Demon King no pop-ups, netizens. The Great Demon King TXT Complete Collection Download, netizens. The Great Demon King Latest Chapter Reading. Chapter 1, First Battle, Supernovae. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 1, First Battle, Supernovae. Tennis is one of the most popular sports in the world. According to incomplete statistics, approximately 30% of people worldwide are engaged in tennis-related work. In some countries where tennis is more developed, 1 in every 10 people can find someone with at least 2 years of tennis experience. Tennis, as a world-class sport, has gradually developed into several well-known competitions after years of preparation. Up to the 5 major professional tournaments of the Australian Open, French Open, Wimbledon Championships, US Open, and German Open. The U17 World Junior Cup, held every 2 years, and the U14 European Junior Cup, held every 1 year. From some tennis powerhouses to external invitation tournaments, the European Tennis Club League. Deeply embraced by the fanatical people of the world. There may even be a situation where it is difficult to obtain a single vote in the duel between Big Four powers such as Germany, France, Switzerland, and Spain. Currently, the latest U14 European Youth Cup is being grandly held in Belgium. Strasbourg Tennis Club, Belgium, is the most professional tennis club with the highest level of hardware configuration in the country. Outside the VIP1 training room, a black hippie man with small dirty braids was complaining to his friends. You're really stingy. I'm not refusing to pay the entrance fee. I locked the door and didn't allow anyone to watch the training. I want to steal some tennis skills from those coaches. The tall and thin black man next to him shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't be possible today. It seems like there's a private battle inside, and there's no audience allowed. The hippie scratched his head and said, Are you so serious? Do you know who fought against whom? The tall and thin man spread his hand and said, I only heard that there is an Oriental kid inside. The hippie man sneered, cut, boring. People from the Eastern Tennis Desert have no value in watching. When the two of them were talking, they were in a wide aisle with a lot of noise coming and going. But in the next moment, the surroundings suddenly fell mysteriously quiet. Only the sound of steady footsteps came from afar. Accompanied by a serious and stern powerful aura. Walk straight behind 2 black people. Excuse me, said the cold and calm voice. The 2 black people felt a chill in their necks and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva together. Looking back, I saw a tall bald man staring straight at them. Yes. I'm sorry, you've taken it. The 2 black people were like rabbits with their fur blown up, busy making way for the road. The bald man arrived at the door of the training room, entered the password, and walked straight in. At the moment of opening the door, you could faintly hear the explosive sound of hitting the ball inside. After closing the door, the sound of hitting the ball immediately disappeared invisibly. After a few breaths, the people around began to discuss. That's Poke, a superstar in the German tennis industry. It should be him. With such a powerful aura, I can't even breathe. I heard that he has just become a professional player this year. winning all 10 consecutive matches with ease. One opponent even ranks number 14 on the world professional points table. Yeah, the media says his tennis is a philosophy that can even change the world of tennis in the future. I heard that in the U14 European Nations Youth Cup, Poke was the head coach of the German team. Two black people were scratching their hearts and liver outside the training room. Ah. Poke is my idol. I was so foolish that I didn't ask him to sign. I really want to go inside and watch. This must be an internal training competition in Germany. Germany has won the U17 championship for 8 consecutive times. I want to watch their training matches, don't dream. Leaving aside the fragmented thoughts of passers-by outside the door, Borg entered the training room and looked up at the score on the big screen. Berti leads ABC 2.0. This ABC looks like a name that can be easily entered. In the field, a wheat-headed Western boy and a black-haired Eastern boy are engaged in a fierce battle. The two of them each demonstrated their skills and began a powerful tug-of-war at the bottom line. Regardless of the movement of the running steps, the coordination of the swinging posture, the angle of the ball, the rhythm of breathing, and the thunderous sound of hitting the ball, it can be seen that the strength, speed, skills, endurance, and other four-dimensional tennis foundations of the two have all reached a perfect level. Tennis is like a fleeting shadow, flashing back and forth in the field. People with limited vision cannot even see the traces of the ball, only the net constantly swayed by the wind. Bog did not stop this private match that violated team rules, but quietly walked to an inconspicuous corner of the audience and patiently watched the two of them fight fiercely in the field. The referee with his back to Borg was clearly also a player from the German U14 youth team. He was not aware of Borg's arrival, and Berti, who was completely focused on the tug-of-war, did not notice it. Only the Eastern youth glanced sideways at Borg with a smile on his face. The two of them had a tug-of-war for at least 20 rounds, and Berti opened up a gap with a little advantage accumulation. A jackknife hit the tennis ball to the left corner. 15.0, Seifert, who served as the referee, loudly announced and changed the score on the screen with the remote control. He proudly thought, it seems that the former world number 1 men's singles player Raphael Federer's close-door disciple is only so strong. Although the foundation is very good, it is still not a match for the talented players trained by our elite German schools. Captain Berti is really cautious. He insists on investigating the situation of this kid, which is a waste of time. If Coach Borg finds out when he goes back, that would be great. Well, I hope he ends the battle soon. Bog's expression did not change at all because Berti scored a goal, but he frowned slightly and looked at the cuffs and pants of the Oriental boy, pondering something. Time passed by little, whether it was Berti's serve or Dongfang Youth's serve, both of them seemed to be in a 5-5 open position on the scene. Each ball requires a long and intense tug-of-war, with intense competition. But strangely, neither a short ball nor a volley from the net appeared in the middle. I don't know how long it took, but another ball flashed past the feet of the Eastern boy. The total score is 4.0, with Berti leading. Seifert glanced at his watch and thought to himself, this Eastern boy is really stubborn. He spent an extra 15 minutes in these two games compared to the first two. Struggling is useless, Berti has already taken control of the situation. Moreover, the next game will be Berti's serve, and no matter how persistent you are, you cannot change the final result. However, let's be certain. I probably can't find a few of my peers who can fight Berti like this, at least I can't do it. As he was thinking about it, Dongfang Youth lazily leaned on his racket on one side of the field and said, "Hey, this is your serve. How long do you want me to wait?" Seifert regained his composure and said from the referee's bench, "Berti, it's your turn to serve, Berti." When looking at Berti, Seifert froze. Because Berti stood in place without saying a word, his veins bulging at his temples and he was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the racket, his eyes bloodshot, as if enduring immense pain. Birdie. Severed couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What's wrong with the captain? Did the tug of war just now consume too much energy? But with Bertie's endurance, 10 more rounds of such a battle would be more than enough. Could it be that Bertie accidentally used some mental style move just now? However, I did not feel any signs of mental fluctuations on the referee's bench. Dongfang Youth lazily said, overtime serving can result in losing points, referee. You won't forget, will you? Ah. Seifred looked at his watch helplessly and urged anxiously, Captain, you. Bertie stared at the young man from the east across from him, struggling to move his steps. But. Evil, don't underestimate me. Let's call it a day. A cold and solemn voice came from the audience, and the bald man slowly entered the venue. Seifred was startled and slipped off the referee's bench. Coach, why are you here? Violating team rules and engaging in unauthorized battles outside, you will be fined to run back. Ah. Coach, Stop talking nonsense. Run. Yes. Seifred reflexively stood at attention and ran towards the door of the training room with a bitter smile. Mudun, this is at least 5 kilometers away from the dormitory where the German team is staying. I hope you don't get lost. Watching referee Seifred run away, the Oriental boy yawned. Oh, if you want to fight, you can fight, if you want to leave, you can leave. You truly are the king of Germany, so brave. Poke calmly looked at him and said, you won. The Oriental boy scratched his ears and ignored the immense pressure brought by Poke's gaze, saying to Bertie, what is this bald guy saying next to you? I didn't hear him clearly. Bertie glared angrily at the young man in the east and said in agony, how dare you? Be rude to my brother. Otherwise, I'm practicing well here. You 2 or 3 rushed in to cause trouble. Do you still want me to treat you to a meal? You. Bertie had something else to say, but Poke pressed down on his shoulder. Bertie, give up. Bertie gritted her teeth unwillingly, turning her head with hatred. I lost. The young man in the east shook his head, turned around and picked up his racket. He said casually, all right, don't force yourself. It's just a game, it's like I'm forcing you to give up with a knife. Bertie felt her shoulders weigh a bit more and looked up at Poke, whose face was filled with a serious expression. Bertie sighed and bowed solemnly to the eastern boy, I've lost. Thank you. For your guidance. The Oriental boy squinted his eyes and laughed, then casually took out a candy from his tennis bag and threw it over. I'm good, don't cry, I'll give you candy to eat. Bertie instinctively caught the candy and suddenly blushed. You. Rude guy, I just didn't cry. The young man from the east didn't pay attention to Bertie anymore, whistled and turned back to continue packing up his things. Poke spoke slowly, what's your name? The young man ignored and still leisurely blew the rogue whistle. Bertie couldn't help but say, my brother is asking you a question. The young man turned back knowingly. Oh, are you talking to me? He looked at Poke again for a moment and said, bald brother looks very familiar. You're that. Impolite, the name is too long to remember. Poke was not angry, but calmly reported to himself, I am Jürgen Beresavich Poke, you can call me Borg. Young man, what is your name? Oh, my name is Saida Shana. Poke nodded and said, I remember your name. You're very nice and I really hope to fight against you. Bantian smiled for an instant and said, bald brother, do you want to find a venue for your brother? Isn't this the ready-made venue? Let's take 2 balls. Poke frowned, not accustomed to the Eastern form of speaking in the moment, but he could roughly understand the meaning of the moment. He said expressionlessly, now. Are you fighting with someone wearing a heavy load? I'm not interested. What? Bertie beside her widened her eyes, realizing that she was wearing a heavy load. I didn't even notice any clues. Bantian glanced at Poke unexpectedly, tilted his head for a moment, and smiled relieved. Undoubtedly a German supernova, there's a set. Since you don't want to fight, then goodbye. Poke said with a serious expression, no matter which country you are from, I hope there will be a chance to fight against you next time in U17. Yo, that's enough. I'm only in my first year of junior high school, bald guy. You're already in your first year of high school, and we're not in the same class. In an instant, he took a few steps towards the door of the training room and then turned around and said, of course, if you can't wait, bald brother, you can choose to stay down. Poke watched his gradually disappearing figure without hesitation. After walking away in an instant, Poke supported Bertie's shaky body and led him to the rest area. How about it, do you still have the strength to review? Bertie closed his eyes and felt for a moment, the review was barely possible, but I'm afraid I won't be able to play in tomorrow's singles. I'm sorry, brother, I've caused you trouble. Poke nodded and said, regarding your punishment, let's talk about it after you recover. Tomorrow's game, I will have them solve it in 4 games, and you don't need to play. As the conversation turned, Poke asked, you don't need me to say much about your reasons for losing. I started watching from the 3rd inning of your game and didn't know much about the previous battles. When did he calculate you? In the first game, the 4th goal, Bertie recalled with pain, then he added, the first goal, I lost points. Starting from the 2nd goal, I used my ability to AI, and never lost points again. Poke thought for a moment and said, is it the 4th goal? In other words, he only took 2 goals and saw the flaws in your AI abilities. Bertie nodded with resentment and said, although I don't want to admit it, it's true. Poke couldn't help but exclaim, amazing insight. Your AI is the tennis ability that evolved from years of accumulation and digestion on the day before coming to Belgium. This ability can be collected through high-speed mental power, which can coordinate and collect opponents' game data, skilled moves, strategic methods, habits and personality information, and use your 300 IQ for comprehensive reasoning to evaluate efficient strategies. So as to establish an AI model for the opponent and gain comprehensive control. It can be said that your ability is almost the pinnacle of data tennis. Entering AI mode, your computing power is not even inferior to that of a computer. Due to time constraints, you played a game with Frankenstein to steal 7 for testing, and he was easily defeated by you 7.0. At that time, there were 5 professional-level assessors nearby, and only one person felt that this ability was somewhat inappropriate, but could not explain the reason. Unexpectedly, this Oriental boy. Bertie frowned and said, is professional insight even more powerful? Poke nodded and continued reasoning, from the moment I saw the match between you, I felt it was unreasonable. In the 2nd ball of the 3rd inning, on the 5th counterattack, if he chose the chase ball from the bottom left, you should be tired of dealing with it. But he chose to attack your forehand, a particularly comfortable position. Here, you have at least 15 different paths to counterattack. Bertie recalled, to be precise, there are 17. So, for your AI, which one has a greater impact on having more choices or less choices? Bertie stopped talking. How about that, that's the problem. No matter how many choices you have, your AI can quickly find the optimal solution from them. However, the more choices you have, the more calculations you need to invest. After all, the human brain is not a computer, and a large amount of high-frequency calculations will bring a huge burden to your mind. Moreover, your AI cannot start or stop at any time, and once activated, it will continuously generate consumption. If the system is constantly stopped and triggered at high frequencies, it is like a computer that is constantly forcibly turned on and off, causing a complete system crash. So, that Eastern boy doesn't need to do anything, just put some pressure on you in the early stages, introduce your AI, and feed the ball to the most comfortable place, so that you subconsciously perform high-frequency calculations and continuously consume your mental energy. Finally, just wait quietly for you to self-destruct. That's why you've been playing for so long, and it's always just a repeated pull from the bottom line. Due to the bottom line return, there are far more ball paths to choose from than net and short balls, which will add extra calculations to you. And, after playing a full 4 innings, have you really succeeded in building the AI model for this Eastern boy? Bertie tried to recall for a moment and cursed inwardly. This bastard used the most conventional tactics, without revealing any personal characteristics. As a disciple of Raphael Federer, I have never used any of the well-known skills of the former world's #1 men's singles player. Lousy modeled a loneliness. Bertie shook her head and asked Poke with confusion, "Brother, from just now on, I wanted to ask, how did you find out that guy was wearing a heavy load? I fought with him for 4 rounds and didn't notice anything at all. Although your strength is far superior to mine, brother, I don't think my insight is inferior to yours. There is a saying in the East that, the situation is a mystery. When facing the battlefield, you can only focus on the scene in front of you. Some details cannot be seen from your perspective." Poke lifted his shirt and revealed the clothes he was wearing close to him. "If I only look at his playing posture, I can't see any flaws. But from my perspective, I can see the clothes hidden inside his cuffs and pants when he runs. He's wearing the same pulse training uniform as me." Bertie opened his eyes wide and said, "How could he have a pulse training suit? There are only 12 of these training suits in the world." "That's right, with his status as a teacher, it's only natural for him to be eligible for one." Poke recalled, about 7 years ago, a special medal landed on a small island in the open sea, not far from the Neon Kingdom. Most of the metal was used for scientific research, and 12 pieces of scattered materials were made into this special training suit, which can apply pulse stimulation to the human body and simulate a weight-bearing training state. We have 3 of these 12 special training uniforms from Germany, 2 each from France, Switzerland, and Spain, and 1 each from the United States and Greece. The remaining one is with him." Bertie's face looked very unpleasant. "I remember that even the lowest level of pulse training suits can apply muscle stimulation that is almost 100 kilograms of weight. Even now, under the lowest level of pulse pressure, I can only hold on for at most an hour. He can actually fight me in this natural posture, and I can't even notice any clues. This Easterner is indeed terrifying. In the future, it may be a hidden danger for Germany." Poke solemnly agreed, "His foundation is almost impeccable, his style is hidden, and he is likely a talent secretly cultivated by Eastern countries." Bertie breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "Although we suffered a disastrous defeat, we have not gained nothing." "Not bad, Bertie. Since you already know your shortcomings, I think you are mentally prepared for the next path." "Ah, it's doubles, right. Well, let's take doubles as the cornerstone of your career path. Now, you need a capable helper. Hey, cool guy. Why did you train so late today?" A spirited young man opened the car door and warmly greeted Bantian. In an instant, I walked into the back seat of the car and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, John, I kept you waiting for so long. A few enthusiastic German friends insisted on saying hello to me, so I had no choice but to spend some time with them." John scratched his head and fastened his seatbelt, saying, "Are the Germans very enthusiastic? I feel like they are always very serious, just like my middle school training director. They are all old-fashioned, and we Irish people are not as hospitable." In an instant, he joked, "I remember last time you mentioned the training director in junior high school, who was full of black silk and 36G. How did it go?" "The appointment was successful. He. The taste of an old virgin is very good. I'm planning to propose to her on her 35th birthday this year." John let out a strange smile like an LSP, his face beaming with joy. "Tisk, you're really brave. I remember you're only 20 years old, and she can even be your mother now. Cut, you Easterners are just this conservative, age is not a problem, we are true love." During the conversation, he suddenly looked out the window and said, "John, it seems like today is not the way to the hotel." John nodded and said, The boss wants to see you today." "Oh, I thought Uncle forgot about me." I haven't seen him for over half a year. It seems like there's something very important. Cool guy, the boss's villa is a bit far away. You can take a break first, and I'll play some light music for you. Nodding in an instant, relaxing in the back seat, listening to soothing music and taking a nap. After leaving in a flash, Strasbourg Tennis Club immediately became a sensation. Even if Borg and his team don't actively promote the outcome of the battle inside, the people outside are not blind. There were only 4 people inside, and the first German boy with long hair appeared as if he was a stranger and started running with a stinky face. He ran away without a word from others. He breathed steadily, his body was clean, and he didn't sweat, making him a bystander at first glance. The second young man from the east, who had clearly gone through a fierce battle, looked calm and indifferent. Finally, Borg helped the half-dead Bertie out. Who fought against whom and who won, isn't it clear at a glance? Many onlookers with sharp eyes recognized the well-known Bertie. Oh my goodness! Did you read it correctly? The German U-14 captain was defeated by an unknown Eastern youth. Where can their intelligence capabilities compare to the German team? Nature doesn't know the background of the moment. This news quickly spread like a virus to all the participating teams heading to Belgium. On the other side, listening to soothing music in an instant, I was already immersed in a dreamland. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Off-Screen 1, Memories. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 2 Off-Screen 1, Memories. Young man, you're awake. Where am I? A young girl aged 15 or 16 interjected, this is Magnetic Drum Island. You must have encountered a shipwreck and been washed to the edge of the island. It was my master and I who saved you. You have been unconscious for a whole 5 days. The young man was confused and said, Magnetic Drum Island. I haven't heard of this island name. The young girl looked incredulous and said, aren't you? We are such a famous medical country, Maguhu Island. You haven't even heard of it when you come to work on the Great Voyage. Wait a moment, what did you just say? The Great Route. I encountered a shipwreck while traveling on Earth and traveled to the world of One Piece. The young girl shook her hand in front of the young man's stunned eyes and said, don't be fooled. My name is Kureha, and this is my master, Gru. What's your name? 1 week later. Kureha excitedly patted the young man and said, Lin, although you are old, I will become your senior sister in the future. You must obediently listen to me in the future, and I will do whatever I ask you to do. Do you hear me? The young man had a restless expression on his face and said, it's just a small matter whether he listens to you or not. Can you stop calling me Lin and call my full name Hong Lin? Oh. I don't want it, your name is so weird. 2 years later. Master, you're going out for so long for 2 months. Shall I go with you? Without my junior brother, I'll be bored to death. Gru smiled kindly and said, we're going to an island in the later part of the Great Voyage. A wealthy man asked my friend to invite me to see his father's doctor, but it's hard for the master to refuse. Why can junior brother go, but I can't go? You have already graduated. With you on Maguhu Island, I can rest assured, master. Your junior brother is still young, although he has good theoretical knowledge, he lacks practical experience. This trip is a good opportunity, and master wants to broaden his horizons and experience it. Kureha looked displeased and hugged Hong Lin, pressing him on his chest. Take care of your master, take care of yourself, and don't flirt with other women outside, otherwise you'll break your leg when you come back. Hong Lin's head was buried in 36D and almost suffocated, making a series of OK gestures. The wind is heading east and the heading is correct. Everyone, hurry up and your journey will arrive at your destination in another day. Captain, there is a ship belonging to the Tianlong people on the route. What? Hurry up and change lanes, we can't offend the Tianlong people. On the other side, on the ship of the Tianlong people. Hey! Hey! Haven't you seen the boat yet? That island-shattering cannon developed by the scientific department. I want to play. I want to kill and play. You haven't found a boat for me yet. Do you look down on my great Roswald Saint? The lookout loudly announced, we have found a ship about 800 meters ahead at 30 degrees east. Saint Roswald exclaimed excitedly, chase them. Shoot. Shoot. Kill them all. The next moment. Everyone, run away. Abandon the ship and escape. Damn it. We have already made way, why do the Tianlong people still chase us? Master. I'll carry you on my back. Alan, I'm no longer capable. The shell I fired just now shattered my organs. I'm a flesh and fruit expert, I'll send you away. No way. How could I leave you behind? Shoo. Another shell hit, perfectly aimed in the direction of Gru and Honglin. Let's go. Gru propped up his final strength and slapped Honglin away, but the shell had already exploded, devouring both Gru and Honglin's legs. The cadre of CP0 looked at the wreckage of the ship ahead and coldly ordered, search for survivors, kill everyone, and not let any lowly people live out, insulting the reputation of the great Tianlong people. Obey me. An unnamed island in the New World, Honglin is unconscious in a pool of blood. His broken legs were still bleeding, and a few hyenas quietly surrounded him, looking at the lifeless creatures in front of him with greedy eyes. Finally, a hyena couldn't help but tear at its bleeding legs. Under intense pain, Honglin slowly opened his eyes. He looked expressionlessly at the hyenas feasting on him, his eyes filled with sadness and anger. Ah 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 ah. Amidst the angry roar, a majestic aura erupted from Honglin's body. Everything around seemed to have drawn a static symbol, and a few hyenas were instantly knocked unconscious by this powerful domineering color. Honglin pulled the hyena that he loved the most and bit it fiercely towards its throat. 3 days later. Honglin relied on a crutch made of thick branches and finally successfully circled the island. This is an ordinary uninhabited island, with almost no other creatures on it except for some hyenas, rabbits, and wild sheep. The island is surrounded by dangerous undercurrents and eddies, perhaps this is the reason why this island is isolated from the world. From outside the island to inside, Honglin explored for an unknown amount of time. There's actually a cave. Let's rest here today. There seems to be something in the cave. Is this devil's fruit? 10 years later. Have you heard? That great pirate butcher, a butcher with a bounty of 5.28 billion yuan, is officially establishing a pirate group. Really? I heard that so far, no one knows the true appearance of the butcher. That adult has always worn a ghost mask and never sees people with his true face. If it's true, I want to join that adult's command, kill all the navy, and seize all the treasures of this world. Absolutely true, Lord Butcher's 8 cadres are recruiting soldiers in the New World. This flyer contains information about 8 recruitment islands. You truly deserve to be the Butcher Lord, the strongest pirate king in the world. We are recruiting our subordinates here with integrity and are not afraid of naval encirclement. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to serve the Butcher Lord now. Little ones, come with me. Oh, 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 oh. At the same time, Magnetic Drum Island. A figure silently stood in front of the tombstones of Gru and Honglin. Kureha, who came to pay his respects with flowers in hand, felt a familiar aura when he saw this figure. She covered her mouth in disbelief, letting the flowers fall to the ground. She couldn't help but tremble and said, "Junior brother. Is that you?" Honglin turned silently, his face full of vicissitudes. "Senior sister, I'm back. Also, I'm sorry." Kuleha hugged Honglin tightly and cried bitterly, "I heard them say that you and your master died in a shipwreck. After all these years, why don't you come back and see me? Do you know how uncomfortable I feel alone? Hong Lin's eyes were tinged with tears as he tightly hugged Kureha and said, I'm sorry. Senior sister. I'm sorry. Tianlong people. These animals. Kureha shouted angrily, smashing all the pots and pans in the house. I haven't come to see you for the past 10 years because CP0 is invincible. If I can't help it, it will bring you danger, and I can't drag you into this vortex. Kureha angrily said, I'm not afraid of death. I've seen in the newspaper that the butcher is conscribing in the new world. You're the butcher, take me with you. I want to tear up those bastards. Hong Lin shook his head and said, the so-called 8 cadres are all people full of evil. I just completely controlled them and used them as bait to kill them, attracting the attention of the Navy. I will go directly from the Red Earth continent to Maria. Senior sister, don't worry, I won't let go of any heavenly dragon people. Kureha didn't understand and said, Junior brother, how could you take such a risk? With such a huge world government, how could you handle it alone? At this moment, Hong Lin couldn't help but cough violently, and blood flowed faintly from the fingers that covered his mouth. Kureha anxiously said, Are you injured? Let me see now. Hong Lin shook his head and pressed down on Kureha's shoulders to stop her behavior. It's useless, senior sister. This is the price of gaining strength. Power. That's right, I am the fruit of power and the ability one. Through it, I have restored my incomplete body. Over the past 10 years, based on the awakening of the fruit, I have deduced it to a higher level. Conceptualization. But with the power of mortals, completely dominating the powerful power of demons will lead to the continuous loss of life. My time is running out. How? How could it be like this? Hong Lin smiled gently and said, Senior sister, please forgive my cruelty. I didn't let my master and I die in the shipwreck like this. Before meeting my master, I can't help but say goodbye to you. Kureha seemed to realize something and shook his head in tears. No, we're not going, okay? Junior brother, we're not going to seek revenge. Hong Lin gently pointed at Kureha's forehead, and Kureha stood still, gradually losing consciousness. When unconscious, tears kept flowing. Take a good sleep, senior sister. I'm sorry I didn't take good care of my master. I'm sorry I hurt you again. I have sealed all your memories of me, and I hope your future life will be happy and youthful forever. Gently tucking Kureha in, Hong Lin walked out of the room without any attachment. He murmured softly, human nature. Deprived. The conceptualization of the fruit of power, within a certain range, all things related to force, are controlled by the capable. Including the power of emotions. Deprive oneself of the only remaining human nature, leaving only bloodthirsty, cruel, and basic rationality, in order to transform into a true butcher and kill all the bastards of Maria. Naval Headquarters. The contemporary chief of the general staff is reporting to the marshal. 2 senior generals, 20 lieutenants, a total of 500 personnel from lieutenant colonel to lieutenant general level, and 20,000 elite Navy personnel have all been in place. Marshal nodded in satisfaction and said, very good. After receiving feedback from the intelligence officers, it has been confirmed that the butcher will be conscripted in the new world. Maria will stay behind as a general, and the rest of the main force will be deployed. We must make every effort to completely eliminate the butcher, this heinous pirate tumor. 3 days after the deployment of troops from the Navy headquarters, Hong Lin climbed to the top of the Red Earth continent and strolled into Maria. It's really magnificent, it's full of nauseating flavors. At the nearby corner, the sound of dissatisfaction was accompanied by the sound of whips. Useless slave. Hurry up and crawl, crawl so slowly. Do you want to starve the great Lord Laud Saint? I can't even catch the afternoon tea every day. Rogers. It turned out to be him. Luckily, as soon as we arrived here, we met a must-kill beast. Hong Lin slowly walked out from the corner, and when Road Saint saw him, he froze in place. You, whose slave are you? Why aren't you wearing a collar? Hong Lin's face showed a gentle smile and said, 10 years ago. Forget it, I'm too lazy to say it. Ling Chi Rodworth suddenly felt a sharp pain on his body and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. My flesh. My flesh. The flesh on his body was peeled off layer by layer like tape, like thin slices of beef in the shadow of a lamp. Depriving the adhesion between muscles, allowing the meat to easily fall off. People have many muscle layers, and uncovering them one by one is a meticulous task. But it's okay, Hong Lin doesn't lack this time yet. Saint Rodworth, what happened? The CP members patrolling around rushed over upon hearing the sound, and seeing this scene, their souls and courage were all drained. They quickly rushed forward. Assassins! Protect the heavenly dragon saint! Several skilled CP players rushed over, wielding their exquisite weapons and imposing aura, pointing their finger guns at Hong Lin. Stir! Hong Lin calmly said a word, and several CP experts suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, losing their lives on the spot. Manipulate the air inside their bodies, alter the pressure inside and outside, and disrupt their brains and organs. The application of the fruit of power is ordinary and unremarkable. Hong Lin stood quietly in the same spot, enjoying the screams of Saint Roswald from full of vitality to half dead. Looking at the floating flesh and blood in the air, Hong Lin casually waved his finger and stuffed it into the mouth of Saint Roswald, manipulating him to chew non-stop. Tell me, is your meat fragrant or smelly? The response of the CP department was not swift, and the alarm bells were already ringing in the next moment, with countless CP experts besieging from all directions. Deprivation. The CP masters who were close to Hong Lin, their vitality vanished in an instant. They lay on the ground like cutting wheat, each in a pitiful state of bleeding from 7 holes, perfectly forming a circle, as if they were bowing to the ground, giving people a comical feeling. As a form of power, it is reasonable to control the vitality of life casually. Unfortunately, the deprived vitality cannot feed oneself back. It's boring, let's have more. Hong Lin's face was filled with a bloodthirsty and joyful glow. The Saint Roswald by his side did not bleed to death, but rather passed away in pain, or perhaps choked to death. Anyway, it's not important anymore. Hong Lin got tired of him and casually turned him into meat paste. In the distance, 3 figures galloped towards us. 1 white, 1 yellow, 1 red. The yellow figure is the fastest, and before the person arrives, cold and piercing sounds can be heard in the air. 8-foot Cheong Goyu. Countless rays of light slanted down like waterfalls, attacking around Hong Lin's body. Oh, sparkling fruit. The power of light, deprivation. Countless light jade instantly dissipated invisibly in the air. Hong Lin burst out with a strong domineering aura, and the surrounding space was intimidated and twisted. The yellow figure hesitated for a moment and fell in disbelief in front of Hong Lin. Ice Age. Flying Fire Meteor. 2 angry shouts rang out, and endless ice and fiery magma swept over both sides of Hong Lin. The power of ice, the power of magma, deprivation. Similarly, the attacks of the 2 were futile and disappeared together. The old man in red clothes exclaimed incredulously, how could this be? How did my fruit power disappear? The old man in white clothes condensed and said, hey, first pay attention to this domineering color. It's so strong that it can distort space. In my impression, currently there is only one person on the sea who can do it. The old man in red suddenly reacted and said, Butcher. Isn't he recruiting in the New World? How could he come here? The old man in yellow clothes said expressionlessly, Fool, isn't that clear at a glance? That's the abandoned son over there, his real target is Maria. Oh, haha, haha. I've been recognized. Hong Lin put on the ghost mask again. Originally, they were the three chief executives of CP0, and finally some influential figures came along. Otherwise, it would be too boring to keep slaughtering some irrelevant pigs. The old man in red shouted angrily, "You arrogant person, this is the holy land of the Tianlong people. Who do you think of as a pig? How dare you be so rude?" Hong Lin smiled gently and said, "It's just a place to raise pigs. Aren't pigs everywhere? I have limited time and don't have time to spend with you, so please go die." In an instant, Hong Lin disappeared into place. "Scatter," shouted the old man in white. Faced with the world's strongest and notorious butcher, they dare not be careless at all. "So close to me, do you still want to leave?" The three of them changed their faces greatly, feeling that their vitality was about to be exhausted in an instant. Hong Lin spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After all, he was the chief of the three major generals. His comeback before his death left serious injuries on Hong Lin. A place of ice, a place of burning, a place of blood whole. The fruit of power generation, Hong Lin lost most of his remaining vitality, with many wrinkles on his face and almost all of his hair white. If we strengthen our own resilience, our vitality may not be able to sustain us. Forget it, let's just kill all the Tianlong people first. The realm of power. Centered around Hong Lin, a huge circle spreads out, covering the entire Maria. Except for the slaves, all the Tianlong people and CP members exploded and died without a burial ground. During his youth, the newly appointed general, Steelbone Kong, who finally arrived at Maria, stood in place in a daze when he saw blood, flesh, and fireworks dancing in the sky. What happened? Did everyone in Maria die? Hong Lin dragged his almost decayed body slowly past Steelbone's sky, and the two of them exchanged a glance. Butcher, butcher. With just one glance, Hong Lin completely deprived Steelbone Kong of his willpower. He trembled and collapsed on the ground. There's no energy left to kill him, the remaining vitality needs to deal with the last bastard. Panga City, among the flowers, the Void Throne, Hey, cool guy, wake up, we're about to arrive. In an instant, he slowly opened his eyes and said gently, "Thank you very much, John." "Oh, we're good friends, don't be so polite. I see you're sleeping so soundly, I can't even bear to call you. Did you dream?" "Yeah, lately when I'm sleeping, I can't help but reminisce about the past." "Is it a happy thing or a regrettable thing?" After a moment of silence, he said, "You all have it. For example, slaughtering all the Tianlong people and comforting the Master's spirit in heaven. For example, in the final battle, half of IMM's body was shattered, but it is uncertain whether he truly perished. But these are ultimately things from the previous life. Perhaps it was the creation of the fruit of power in the underworld that shattered the power of time and space, giving rise to the power of rebirth. Let him give birth to a 7-year-old child on the brink of death, unconscious in the neon lights of Okinawa, just as he was picked up by his companion who was vacationing here at Yamagata High School. So, he became the adopted grandson of his elder companion and lived another life under the name of Bantian Shana. This chapter briefly introduces the background of abilities, excluding the scope of the first 3 chapters. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Raphael Federer. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 3, Raphael Federer. Raphael Federer, once the world's #1 tennis men's singles player, was a well-known figure of the same period as the legendary samurai Minamiro. Back then, Nanjiro Echizen dominated the world tennis scene and was only one game away from reaching the top. The only difference was Raphael Federer's performance. But when Echizen Nanjiro first entered the professional arena, he had an informal commercial performance match with Raphael Federer, which was also the only showdown between the two. According to many professional players who have watched this game, Raphael Federer's form in that match was extremely poor, with weak hands and feet, as if he was sick. As a result, the 3-game-2-win format allowed Echizen Nanjiro to easily win 6.3, 6.1. Well, is it just a commercial competition for fun, and it doesn't count towards the overall career score? It doesn't matter if you lose, just consider it as motivating new people. Federer's fans are all so comforting. It was like jumping left and right on Federer's self-esteem, stabbing him back and forth, making him dream of finding a place. Afterwards, it seemed like fate had manipulated them, and they never encountered each other on the professional stage. Because the 5 major professional competitions and some national-level open and invitation competitions always overlap in terms of time. As the facade of Belgian tennis, Raphael Federer has to attend some events. Although Nanjiro, a newly debuted dark horse, suffered a severe upset and frustration, unable to sleep for 3 days and nights. But it just doesn't happen. You signed up for Wimbledon, and I happen to be playing the German Open. You are preparing to compete in the Australian Open, so I have to participate in the Open tournament. After 5 or 6 years, Nanjiro ravaged all the famous men's singles in the world, and his professional singles points rose to 2nd in the world. At this point, Nanjiro's son was able to pick up his tennis racket and thump around. Finally, Raphael Federer and Nanjiro will meet again in the final of the US Open. But Nanjiro announced his retirement. The last game won't be played. Federer, who was preparing for the battle, was in a daze. Nanjiro, you are such a big 6. If you win over me once, just give me a thumbs up and refuse to fight again, right? After Nanjiro retired, Federer continued to hold the world #1 position for several years. I couldn't help but announce my retirement. Pick up the pole. Pick up the tennis racket, board a private plane, and fiercely kill the neon, wanting to settle accounts with Nanjiro. Well, because there are always people online who say that Federer is lucky picked up something Nanjiro didn't want. Nanjiro is not here, Federer is the most handsome. When did I suffer such injustice? As a result, as the neon approached, a sudden thunderstorm occurred and a private plane crashed. Federer parachuted and narrowly escaped, being washed up by the waves on Okinawa Island. The companion who was on vacation here with a moment found it, which also opened up the master-disciple bond between Federer and the moment. Speaking of the unfortunate incident of the shipwreck, it was inexplicably destined in an instant. The first time I crossed from Earth to the world of pirates was due to a shipwreck. The second time I traveled from the world of pirates to the world of Internet kings, I happened to pass through a 7-year-old child who was hit by a shipwreck and lost his entire family, with only one person surviving. Anyway, the starting point orphanage is very large, so it's not a problem to have 8 million children. It's not just this one. From a pirate to a web king, he suffered a serious head injury in an instant, lost his memory, and became a foolish child. My elder companion treated him as if he had left, and used all his savings to treat his injuries. And adopted Shauna as his grandson, and named him Bantian Shauna based on the name wooden plaque he carried on his body. After the blood stasis in his mind was completely cleared in the blink of an eye, in order to help him recover his memory, his companion would bring the blink of an eye to Okinawa every summer and winter vacation in the following years. Under the careful care of my elderly companion, I finally woke up in an instant. Perhaps because the child who was reincarnated is young, he cannot recall any relatives in this life. But the memories of my previous life have finally come back bit by bit. During the summer vacation at the age of 10, my companion took his usual walk on the beach in Okinawa and happened to meet Raphael Federer, who was unconscious on the beach. Received the title of second-time corpse-picking grandpa. At that time, there was a riot in the world of tennis, and the neon official quickly sent people to rescue and treat this extraordinary gentleman with the highest standards. Federer saved his life and spent nearly 3 months recuperating from his injuries in the hospital. Thinking about settling accounts with Nanjiro, Federer had just recovered from his injury and couldn't wait to come and stop him. As a result, officials reluctantly informed him that Nanjiro had taken his son to settle in the United States. We don't know exactly where it went. Federer's anger suddenly vented. Belgium was too lazy to go back and chose to stay in the hometown of the life-saving benefactor for a period of time. During this period, Federer unexpectedly discovered this precious gem in an instant. As a coach at Shanblo High School, a strong tennis school, my old companion naturally has professional tennis facilities at home. But all along, I haven't been very interested in tennis. Companion respected the moment and did not force him to learn tennis. Later, I watched Federer warm up on the court in his hometown and practiced some basic tennis skills every day. In an instant, wanting to pass the time, I followed suit and learned. As a result, he can easily pick up any tennis technique by just looking at it once. After a little practice, one can become incredibly proficient, even transforming it into a physical instinct. Federer was stunned, this handsome talent that is rare in 100 years. In an instant, I was also stunned. I had never practiced tennis before, and I never knew that playing tennis could evoke a trace of demonic fruit power. The power hidden deep in his soul, inherited from a previous life, is the fruit of power. But this ability is far from reaching the pinnacle of conceptualization in his previous life. It can only help him precisely control every muscle, every bone, and every breath of his body, allowing him to exert force at will in an instant. So, any tennis technique, he will learn it as soon as he learns it. However, when you put down the racket, you won't be able to sense anything. Understood, just like devil's fruit is a unique feature of the world of pirates, the ultimate answer to the world of netizens is tennis, right? It's like throwing away a racket without any binding power, picking up a racket and creating a new world. When sleeping at night, scratch your head in an instant. The Tennis Prince anime, although very popular, was just a rough glance at the manga when he was on Earth. After nearly 20 years, it's good to still remember a few main characters. How could he still remember the plot inside? How do the characters in Net King practice? Can't we learn from it? Forget it, just pinch your nose and practice casually for now. First of all, I'm not interested in tennis. I'm just trying to review the devil's fruit, become stronger again, and find the feeling of a new world. While playing, I suddenly realized that tennis is quite an interesting sport. Fragrant. Watching Federer learn tennis for a week in an instant, he couldn't sit still. Subconsciously wanting to say something, but somewhat reserved and indecisive. Who is that companion, the human spirit with black belly engraved in its bones? Just a glance at Federer scratching his heart and liver reveals his intention to recruit a disciple. One time while drinking, my friend and Federer casually talked about the many regional, metropolitan, Kanto, and national tournaments he had coached before. Although he was able to slay Nanjiro's alma mater's junior high school every time he met him, he couldn't handle Nanjiro's situation. I couldn't help but sigh, Nanjiro, this young man has been invincible since childhood and has never lost. A few wells flashed through Federer's forehead. I heard that his son's tennis talent is even stronger than Nanjiro's. He won't be able to dominate for a lifetime in the future, so it's hard to encounter a defeat. Federer suddenly became anxious. Who? Just Nanjiro's son. Just the son born to that coward. Just the son born to that coward who wouldn't even dare to fight me again. Do you still want to be invincible for a lifetime? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention anything else, your grandson is a handsome talent that is rare in 100 years. I think his future invincibility is quite similar. In the future, he will definitely hang Nanjiro's son. Brother, what's your expression? Why pout? I am the world's #1 men's singles. Do you still not believe my vision? Don't you believe what I said? If you train this child for me in an instant, in less than 10 years, the world's professional tennis world will tremble for him. Yeah, why didn't I think of it before? I'm afraid I won't have a chance to deal with Nanjiro now, but I can let my disciple deal with his son. No way, buddy, our relationship. Whatever you say, let the moment practice with me. I will take him back to Belgium and use the most professional training methods to fully tap into his potential. Leave it to me, you can rest assured. In this way, under the skepticism of his companion and Federer's bold words, he followed Federer to Belgium to learn tennis and became his close disciple. The flow of thoughts. The estate of the Federer family is really large, covering a full 800 acres of land. Being the world's #1 for over a decade, highlighting a wealthy individual. From the moment John woke up, he drove in a roundabout manner for 5 or 6 minutes before finally reaching the entrance of the villa. John folded down the driver's seat, lay down leisurely, and played music. "Cool guy, the boss is waiting for you inside. I'll say it's over later, and I'll take you to the hotel to pack your things." Nodding in an instant, I bid farewell to John for the time being and walked into this luxurious mansion that I haven't been to for half a year. According to my understanding of Federer at that moment, he was infected with the habit of fishing by his companion during the time he stayed in Neon. It was in the afternoon, and the uncle should be fishing in the backyard pond. As expected, when we walked to the backyard. In an instant, I saw Federer on the lounge chair by the fish pond, staring intently at the handheld computer. The fishing rod fixed on the ground next to him was convulsing wildly, and it was obvious that a fish had already hooked. But Uncle didn't pay any attention to the thief's involvement. Various sounds of blood spurting out from the computer, such as "Oh ye. Come on. Baby. Holly. Fuck. Ass. Pushy. What, I don't know what I'm looking at." In an instant, he quietly walked behind Federer and followed with interest for a while. Rough movements, just howling, negative review. "Hey, uncle, the fish is hooked." Federer was so excited that his computer almost fell to the ground. "Stinky kid, why is there no movement when walking? My fish. Come to my senses and go pull the fishing rod." The fish had already eaten their fill and fled happily. Helplessly add new bait and swing the rod again. Federer turned around to criticize the moment and said, "It's not me talking about you. You need to say hello before you speak. Scaring people can scare people to death. Also, what are you looking at? It's harmful to children's physical and mental health." In an instant, he said helplessly, "Uncle, your nagging looks more and more like my grandfather's. Squint your eyes again, and you're about to become a companion to the elderly." Federer said solemnly, "Brother trusts me and hands you over to me. As a master, it's only natural to take care of you, isn't it?" "Oh, uncle, you took care of me so well. You haven't contacted me for half a year." "I'm not contacting you because you're in a critical period of breakthrough. I can't disturb you, but that doesn't mean I'm not paying attention to you. Before coming, I had a training match with someone, right?" In an instant, he said strangely, "Uncle, how did you know?" Federer shrugged and shook the computer in his hand. "Boy, you forgot that I am one of the shareholders of Strasbourg Tennis Club. This is the information age. With the internet, I can call out the monitoring of the training room at home at any time. Peeping. Uncle, your hobby is really vulgar. Don't argue with me, why are you so embarrassed when you practice with others? You've been shaved 4.0 bald by someone. Even a cat and a dog have been beaten so hard. If you go out, don't say you're my Federer's disciple. I can't afford to lose face like that." "Oh, you're really talking big. That's the new generation of superstars in German tennis, the younger brother of the current professional player Borg, a world-class top player, qualified to play professionally. I'm still wearing heavy clothes, what do you want me to do? Don't play tricks on me. You were at this level a year ago, and it's been so long. Can you make no progress at all? Okay, uncle, you have such good eyesight. Actually, I was just to guard against that bald Borg. I have a premonition that he will definitely be my strong enemy in the future. So, I need to release some water appropriately. I can't leak too much intelligence in front of him. Federer nodded, and from the surveillance footage, it could be seen that the German superstar Borg, who had just entered the professional world, had a majestic and unfathomable demeanor, and was an excellent player with unlimited potential. Looking back and thinking, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Stinky kid, don't fart with me. Bog only went in to watch in the third inning. You also watered in the first 2 innings to prevent him. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I'll slap you in the face. In an instant, he raised his hand and surrendered. All right, uncle, calm down. It's actually quite simple, it's just easier to fight like this. That opponent's ability is AI, so it's quite tricky. AI. Well, to put it simply, it's a type of high-frequency calculation, information collection, strategy thinking, and data tennis. Federer was experienced, and by linking his words to the feeding behavior observed in the surveillance footage, he understood the essence of this tennis ability. TSK, the young people nowadays are becoming more and more terrifying. It seems that Germany will establish another amazing doubles team in the future. In an instant, he nodded and said, that AI player definitely doesn't have his place in singles. But in doubles, it's probably like a fish in water. Federer retorted, although that's the case, once he becomes proficient in AI, you will have another strong opponent on the singles field in the future. In an instant, he shrugged and said, that's all for the future. If he wants to use AI with ease, I estimate he will need at least 7 or 8 more years. Leaving aside the training competition, uncle, do you have any particular requirements for wearing this training uniform for me? I've been wanting to ask you this question for a long time. How can this thing adjust its load sense at any time, even if there is no load? Federer rubbed his chin and said, I'm not very familiar with it either. I heard that some extraterrestrial metal has been added, which can generate an electromagnetic pulse that stimulates the muscles of the human body, equivalent to wearing a load. This stimulation has no side effects and reduces the risk of injury during weight training. In an instant, he thought to himself. Metal outside the sky. Electromagnetic pulse. This function feels quite similar to the filling in the IMM palace. It shouldn't have been brought into this world by me after I shattered time and space, right? Forget it, it's not important. Turning back, he asked Federer, uncle, what's the point of coming to me this time? Federer sighed and said, I said hello to your grandfather. He will come to pick you up tomorrow and prepare to take you back to Neon. Oh. Didn't I have to study tennis for 5 years? I'm only going back for 2.5 years now. Federer looked helpless and said, you're just a monster. Half a year ago, I didn't have much to teach you in terms of basics. Now, all you need to do is clarify your tennis path. In some places, I even have to learn from you, such as spiritual traits. I can't even imagine that a beginner who has just been exposed to tennis for over a year can propose the incredible tennis concept of 5 types of mental traits, and comprehensively sort out the training path of mental tennis. However, you stinky kid actually published an article under my name, making me the godfather of spirituality. I am already the world's #1 men's singles player. Do you think I still need these honors to add to the icing on the cake? In an instant, he chuckled and said, there's a saying from the East that it's good to cool off under a big tree. As an unknown person, I've researched these things, and no one can take them seriously. Instead, it will cause me a lot of trouble. Uncle, you're different. With your reputation, the concept of spiritual traits can quickly spread throughout the tennis world. Only in this way can tennis improve and I encounter more interesting opponents. Federer smiled with satisfaction and said, you are truly my disciple, you have the courage. By the way, there is one more thing. When you return to Neon this time, I hope you can use tennis to teach someone a lesson. Abuse people. Abuse who? The son of Echizen Nanjiro. Ah. Uncle, this hurdle hasn't passed yet. How many years have it been? Besides, his son is 2 years younger than me. Aren't you letting me bully the child? Federer said seriously, I heard he also has an eldest son, who is of the same age as you and is known as the successor to the samurai. For you, he is a rare good opponent. Uncle, you have enough revenge. How can I not remember? The one I lost back then was a shame in my life. Nanjiro, that bastard, took advantage of my inconvenience and acted seriously. If I had known he was so tough, I wouldn't have. Who made you drink and have sex before the game, uncle? It's your own fault for being too confident. Ah. How did you know? When did you know? That time you and my grandfather were drinking in neon lights, and you drank too much. You said it yourself. On the day before the competition, you secretly attended a friend's birthday party with your face covered. You drank half the night, and we talked about half the night with two shabby little sisters. Blush blushed and corrected. Not 2, but 3. In an instant, I was lost and said, what's there to correct about this? It's quite proud to be together. It's not pride, it's unforgettable. The third person, Mary. It's really an electric small motor, a vacuum cleaner. One experience, unforgettable for life. Oh, come on. Anyway, uncle, you asked for it yourself. Who made you look down on Nanjiro? He just entered the tennis world and treated people like a vegetable fish, but ended up encountering a whale shark. I don't care. If I lose, I'll admit it. What I can't bear is that in the final of the US Open, such a solemn and sacred battle, he ran away without fighting. If he wins, I'll run away. What's this coward saying? He gave up tennis for his son's withdrawal from the tennis world, just for this ridiculous excuse. You're my disciple, you need to find a place for your master. Okay, in an instant of helplessness, he tried his best to appease Federer, who had blown his hair. Uncle has become more and more like an old mischievous child in recent years. Daddy, suddenly, a crisp voice came. A graceful and beautiful little girl picked up the hem of her skirt and ran all the way. Her soft golden hair drifted with the wind, and her blue eyes were filled with a smile. Like a kitten, it pounced into Federer's arms. Federer exclaimed in surprise, Oh! Oh my goodness! My little angel Alice, why did you come back from America? Why didn't you tell Dad that Dad would personally drive to pick you up? Alice gave Federer a kiss on the side of her face and said, School is on vacation. I miss Dad, so I'll come back. At this moment, Alice noticed the companion behind Federer, and a hint of blush flashed on her pink and jade-carved face. Quickly jumping out of Federer's arms, the little princess saluted in an instant. Hello, Brother Bantian. In an instant, he smiled back and had a good impression of this innocent and lovely little girl. Alice is the daughter of Federer and his first girlfriend. After becoming famous, Federer became a promiscuous wanderer. His first love girlfriend couldn't stand him hanging out with different women night and night, and angrily broke up with him. After the breakup, it was discovered that there were hidden pearls and knots. After the air crash, Federer found that his reproductive function had problems and there was little chance of recovery due to soaking in seawater for too long. I have been depressed for a while. When Federer returned to Belgium in an instant, the police found him with 9-year-old Alice. His first girlfriend suffered from a terminal illness and has passed away. She left a letter entrusting the timid little girl to him. After paternity testing, it has been confirmed that it is the biological daughter. Federer cried all night in the room. I didn't expect this woman who owes a lot to pay so much for him. From that day on, Federer swore to be a good father and completely cut off contact with those supermodels and celebrities. Wholeheartedly nurturing the little angel bestowed upon him by heaven. Education, food, clothing, transportation, all resources should be given to the best. Alice is sensible and heartbreaking, and doesn't want her father to live with guilt. She always has a sunny smile in front of Federer. Only when I dream will I shed tears and miss my mother. Alice, Federer, and Shane lived together in Belgium for a period of time. For the sake of Alice's studies, Federer reluctantly sent her to the United States and asked his parents who settled there to take care of their lovely granddaughter. In secret, no less than 10 private bodyguards were equipped for Alice's safety. Alice is the lifeblood of Federer. Whoever wants Alice to be unhappy, Federer can tear him apart alive. For example, now, Federer, whose father's soul is about to stir. Watching his precious daughter Alice blush and gaze at him in an instant, the nameless fire suddenly boiled in the triple burner. No one wants to be my little cabbage. Quickly and gently pulling over my precious daughter, I kindly asked about her living situation in the United States. Do you add clothes when it's cold? Is the food nutritious? Have you ever been bullied at school? Alice answered as she kept looking towards her companion. Federer was even more displeased, giving a fleeting glance in secret. Does it mean that you should hurry up and roll the calf for me? Didn't you see that I'm enjoying precious time with my precious daughter? I'll give you a discount by using it as a light bulb to soak my legs here. My little angel, what would you like to eat tonight? How about Dad taking you to a French feast? I want to eat the Chinese cuisine made by Brother Sherna, this Chinese food. Dad, don't you like it? I like it. Alice likes it, Dad likes it all. Helpless, Federer gave another fleeting glance. Did you not hear what my precious daughter said in the kitchen? Do you know where the ingredients are in the kitchen? You can choose the best Chinese food and cook 10 dishes. After finishing, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my precious time with my precious daughter. I dare to offer you a discount on ink stains. Don't ask why one glance can contain so much information, it's just fatherly love. In an instant, she shook her head helplessly and gestured to Alice, meaning. As usual, it's all your favorite dishes. Alice nodded happily. Dad, after finishing dinner, will you still practice tennis with Brother Bantian like before? No, tennis is the most boring thing. It's not as important as my little angel. Dad gave up long ago. How about we play video games after dinner later? Great. In an instant, I couldn't help but support my forehead. Uncle, when you said Nanjiro just now, you didn't say that. Raphael Federer is a dual character, and Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer are my 2 favorite tennis players. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Departure Battle. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 4, Departure Battle. Although his mouth was full of disgust, Federer had not yet gone crazy enough to kick the cook at the banquet. At Alice's warm invitation, we stayed and had a reunion dinner together in an instant. The 3 of them seemed to have returned to the time when they first met and got to know each other in Belgium. Alice is young and very playful. After finishing the meal and saying goodbye to the moment, he rushed to the game room without stopping, racing against time to play his beloved Mario. Federer took a few steps back and said to the moment he was about to leave, "See you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at my estate's outdoor tennis training ground." In an instant, he squinted his eyes and said, "It seems like there's still a farewell party for me before we leave." Yeah, as a teacher, you should always check your training results. In addition to your grandfather, there will also be a witness. Do I know him? You'll know then. I'll go back to the hotel tonight to rest well and adjust my condition. Tomorrow, I won't be lenient. Don't worry, uncle. I also wanted to see the world's #1 men's singles style a long time ago. The next morning, in an instant, I opened my eyes at the hotel on time. Feeling the power of the few remaining demonic fruits in his body, he stopped practicing in an instant. The fruit of power obtained in the world of pirates has not truly taken root in the world of internet kings. After saving life for an instant and shattering space into another world, it seems to have ended its mission. As time passed, the power of the devil fruit continued to dissipate. But the remaining forces inside the body also benefited immensely in an instant. He used the power of demons to constantly warm up his body, actively develop human treasures, and change his originally weak physical fitness. Regardless of strength, endurance, speed, neural response speed, or mental strength, they have all reached their current potential limits in an instant and successfully stimulated their dominance. Perhaps it is the difference between the two worlds. Although the Net King world can use dominance, it is far from reaching the level of moving mountains and filling the sea like the pirate world. However, relatively speaking, the domineering cultivation in the world of Internet Kings does not require strict physical fitness requirements, and it can only be said that there are always advantages and disadvantages. Seeing and hearing colors and armed colors have just started, can't the dominant color still be perfectly controlled? In an instant, I carefully felt it and then sealed off the remaining demonic power. I will choose a suitable battlefield for you, so that you can shine brightly in this world. The demonic power seemed to respond, flickering a few times before becoming completely silent within the body in an instant. 7:45, arrived at the training ground in an instant. Federer's rarity is not being sloppy, but wearing sportswear and warming up. A familiar figure sat on the nearby lounge chair, looking at the moment with a smile on his face. The fox-like smile on my companion's face is still so friendly. As I get older, it's not easy to come to Belgium with my elderly companion. Since learning tennis with Federer in an instant, I have only been able to communicate with my old friends on the phone at most. Although I haven't seen them for a long time, the kind of blood-soluble affection that instantly surged in my heart. Mr. Ban stood up with a smile and walked over to pat his shoulder for a moment. "I've grown taller and stronger, not bad, he said. "Grandpa, too, still so spirited and vigorous." Federer gave a thumbs up and said, "Don't worry, buddy. This kid has been trained very well by me. Kid, you can show off your current cultivation achievements later and let me take a good look at your changes." In an instant, he looked around and said, "Isn't Alice there? Stinky kid, what is my baby daughter doing? She played video games half the night last night and was still catching up on sleep." "Oh, will my grandfather be the referee?" "No, I'll do it." A rough voice came from outside the training ground. A big man with a bare chest and feet, a bearded face, and a savage aura walked in from outside the field. In an instant, he said unexpectedly, "It's you, old drunk man." The person picked up the wine gourd and looked up to take a sip, feeling displeased and saying, "Stinky kid, there's no big or small thing. I'm from the same generation as your grandfather. Your grandfather's health is not good, and it's very difficult to be a judge. Let me come. The person who came here is from the Three Boats and has a very prestigious position in the tennis industry of Neon Country." When Federer came to Belgium to practice tennis in an instant, this savage man provided a lot of help. But at that moment, we didn't know each other very well. Apart from meeting a few times, we only had cooperation on one matter. Three Boats sat in the referee's seat with a golden sword and said, "Kid, hurry up and start when you're ready. Wearing training clothes, wait for me to take off before warming up. Don't." Federer quickly stopped it. "You should wear the training uniform. I think you have adapted quite well to the level of pulse stimulation. Don't let go of the restrictions later and ruin my training ground. You'll have to spend money repairing it. Uncle, how can you evaluate my training results if you don't let me give it my all? It's almost enough, and you don't want to lose control of yourself. It might affect your grandfather." Federer muttered softly again, "Besides, what if I can't control the situation for a while? At least I need to lower it a bit. At this level, I can't use many moves." Federer remained silent for a moment, then threw the remote control to Sanchuan. "Lower the gear for this kid." Sanchuan glanced at the remote control and saw that there were only 3 gears on it, parked in the second gear. "Good guy, 200 kilograms of muscle stimulation." I couldn't help but take a sip of wine to suppress my shock. This kid should be only 13 years old. Lower 1 gear, 100 kilograms. Who? In an instant, I breathed a long sigh of relief and felt my body relax a lot. While warming up, he joked, "Uncle, you've been pampering yourself for the past few years, with a layer of fat on your stomach. How much time is left? You haven't wasted your laziness, have you? Stinky kid, even if I haven't touched my racket for 10 years, I can easily hold on to you, a rookie who has just been practicing for 2 years. Anyway, you've been practicing in the waves for the past 6 months. Whatever achievements you've made, just show them to others." "Oh, it's just nonsense. Since Uncle wants to give some guidance, I won't be polite. Come on, you serve first." So, the 3 skills of the sea, Uncle's evaluation and evaluation. The 3 ships saw that the 2 were ready and announced, "Companion Tanchana versus Federer, let's start the game." In an instant, Ban Tian entered a state of competition, his mental strength flickering faintly, as if brewing a powerful force, yet at the same time, it brought a sense of mediocrity to people. Federer squinted and said, "Oh. Why didn't you use your spiritual traits to play evil? Evil play. That kind of spiritual trait can only abuse vegetables. Uncle wants to test me, of course I need to use habit. Federer chuckled and didn't say much, gathering momentum to wait for the instant serve. Coming, the first move, Sea of Wrath. In an instant, the suppressed mental energy all over the body erupted from within, and the momentum condensed to the extreme in the next moment. The perfect combination of heart, body, and technique, as well as the perfect combination of strength and speed, envelopes the thrown tennis ball with magnificent spiritual power. With the swing of the racket, the tennis ball instantly disappears invisibly. Federer felt a chill in his heart. At the beginning, was it a level of different dimensions? Is this feeling like a tsunami? Spiritual power rushed towards Federer like a roaring sea, and tennis disappeared like a flat boat in the waves of spiritual power. Is it difficult to determine the direction of the ball by covering it with mental power? It's a great idea, but unfortunately, my eyes are eagle eyes, and my greatest skill is insight. Staring intently at the waves, even though they were noisy, in the next moment, Federer accurately captured the flickering dots of light. Found it. With a forehand, the tennis ball was precisely caught in the net. But as soon as he made contact, Federer frowned. The tennis ball was spinning irritably and irregularly in the racket, and Federer relied on the ball's sensation to grind his wrist and successfully hit the ball back. At this moment, he had already taken a favorable position and made a net dunk, hitting the ball in another direction. Strangely, Federer didn't chase after him, just adjusting his tennis racket in place and letting himself lose points. Upon closer inspection of Federer's racket, the tennis cables were already in disarray. 15.0 Not bad, kid. This move is quite sinister. Using mental power to simulate a tsunami can intimidate the opponent's mind and slow down their action. At the same time, mental power hides not only the ball's movement, but also the compound rotation on the ball. If the receiver does not accurately determine the best hitting point in the first time, the racket will be completely destroyed by the irritable rotation force. So, even if they can successfully return the first shot, they cannot return the second shot. Oh, Uncle is truly the number one in the former world. Did you see through the essence of the move with just one ball? Ha, don't say anything cold. Let me show you once again. As you wish, the sea of anger. The tsunami struck again, but Federer was already prepared. With eagle eyes full force, every detail of the flying tennis ball was vividly displayed. Bang! With precise targeting in the sweet zone, the angry sea was easily countered, and Federer's racket line was undamaged. The two started a fierce tug of war at the bottom line. Uncle, the precious sword is not old. So what's the point? There are 2 more moves to light up and see, otherwise. You won't have a chance. A swift and thunderous blow flashed through the dead corner on the left in an instant. 15.15 In an instant, just because his footsteps slowed down a bit, Federer caught a loophole, demonstrating the eagle eye's ability to capture fighter jets. In an instant, he said helplessly, "Oh, that's really putting a lot of pressure on me." So, the second equation, Jinghai. In an instant, all the mental energy suddenly became introverted, as if the wind was calm and the waves were calm. A simple flat serve hit Federer's foot. The power, rotation, and speed of this ball are all ordinary, and there is no apparent mystery. But when Federer put on a counterattack posture, the ball mysteriously stuck to the ground at the moment it landed. There is neither bouncing nor any displacement. Like a small stone thrown into the sea, it is instantly devoured by the vast ocean. The eyes of the three boats serving as judges sparkle with brilliance. 30.15 Even with decades of tennis experience, Federer was stunned. "Stinky kid, your ball doesn't talk about physical science. How on earth did you exert your force?" The ball fell to the ground and all inertia was eliminated. "Uncle, guess what? Ah, kid, I've never encountered a service that doesn't bounce before." Another flying sound from the still sea. Federer twisted his foot and kicked a piece of gravel towards the landing point of the tennis ball. The flying tennis ball encountered uneven stones and immediately produced irregular bouncing. But at the moment of bouncing, Federer had already firmly caught the tennis ball with a half volley, successfully returning it. In an instant, he muttered, "Is this special enough?" Although Federer successfully countered, the irregular bounce resulted in a low quality of the serve received. However, Federer relied on his rich experience and played steadily, and did not experience too much decline. The situation has once again fallen into a tug-of-war. After going back and forth for a few more rounds, Federer laughed and said, "Kid, your tennis experience is still far behind." The precise power ball jackknife attacks again towards the blind spot that was accidentally exposed in an instant. Instantly adjust your body and return the ball in an awkward position. Oh, with this posture, even if you force a return, the ball will still go out of bounds. Federer's words were resolute, but the next moment he was slapped in the face. Because in an instant, he successfully released the short ball in this awkward position, and Federer's powerful jackknife's immense strength was instantly dissolved invisibly. The ball is like a fallen leaf, steadily stopping in the dead corner of the front court. 40.15 San Chuan praised it, but it was also an amazing skill, just like the "no" of Shigeji Nakajima. "Uncle, Jinghai is not just about serving. In front of the sea, whether it's a small stone or a giant stone, it won't bring any waves to the sea." Federer's face was filled with an excited smile and he said, "Interesting. It's been a long time since I had such fun. Come back, kid. Keep an eye on Uncle, Jinghai." "Kid, this serve was already wrong." Federer instinctively kicked a piece of debris at the landing of the tennis ball, but under the eagle's eye, he keenly noticed that the ball's momentum was different from before. It seems to be enveloped in a hazy aura. This layer of air will fly the small stone bullets to one side, making the field level again. The next moment, the ball stuck onto the field again. Game, Banda Shah 1.0 Federer. So, is it possible to wrap the tennis ball with air and clear the obstacles? This technique seems to be being used by some teenagers in the UK. Even if the opponent uses waving the racket to generate air waves, it cannot have any impact on the ball, right? In an instant, he nodded and said, "That's right, proficiently using Qi can not only effectively eliminate external interference, but also provide some protection for the trajectory of the ball." Federer gave high praise to this move. It is indeed a remarkable skill, but it is not flawless. Firstly, the way this ball is fired and adding air to the outside of the ball will greatly consume your stamina. So, it can only be used in critical areas. Secondly, for some players who have reached the pinnacle of their five-dimensional data, they can use their momentum to forcefully dissipate your breath, and then use a method similar to mine to make the ball bounce. Thirdly, this ball requires too much force from you and there should be no slightest detail error. If some players who are good at mental skills apply hidden tricks to you, causing your efforts to be uncoordinated, then your move Jinghai is easy to break without attacking. However, overall, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages, and Jinghai can be your trump card in an instant. He nodded and said, I will keep Uncle's guidance in mind. The companion on the lounge chair, who was watching from the sidelines, looked at the moment when he had grown to such a level, with a contented smile in his eyes. Now, let me experience Uncle's serve. Federer chuckled and said, at our level, we usually don't get stuck with any serve moves. Kid, since it's a starting game, I'll show you everything I'm best at. Without aggressively building up momentum like in an instant, Federer just made a quick throw serve. The timing of the serve was very clever, just caught in the moment of breathing. A basic quick start, but the ball is incredibly tricky and powerful. However, it will not bring too much pressure to the moment. Federer, while fighting, said, what I want to demonstrate is my best tennis style of taking the ball. After countless rounds of honing my foundation and integrating it with my accumulated tennis experience, I use my keen observation to accurately capture the opponent's footsteps, breathing, posture, and thoughts. Once the opponent shows any disharmony, their ball will inevitably decline. Next, I take the opportunity to accumulate an advantage, attack the opponent's loopholes, and turn the advantage into a victory. Between his words, Federer had already grabbed several uncoordinated spots while playing with a simple pull. At Federer's level, even if the opponent is breathing a little too quickly, the forward range is slightly greater when walking, and the speed of the racket is slowed down when returning the ball. Under his terrifying insight, it will transform into some harmless small flaws. And these incongruities, accumulated several times, will lead to incomprehensible qualitative changes. 0.15 0.30 0.40 Game, Bantian Shana 1.1 Federer. In this game, Federer completely controlled the moment through operation. For 4 consecutive goals, Federer did not use any force attacks or complex spin changes. So, in an instant, Jinghai also had no place to be useful. In an instant, his eyes sparkled. Is this the world's top tennis? Federer proudly smiled and said, my power-taking is my winning weapon in sweeping the tennis world. Throughout history, only Nanjiro Echizen has been able to handle it perfectly. It has to be said that this guy is indeed a rare genius in history, able to train his tennis foundation to a high and terrifying level, which is called returning to simplicity, in Eastern terms. I can only find a few incongruities, but they cannot be transformed into victory, and he will quickly correct them. So, kid, how should you deal with my taking advantage in an instant? There was no panic on his face. Let's wait and see, uncle. Afterwards, there was a momentary serve. Perhaps due to Federer's analysis of 3 shortcomings, he did not use Jinghai to serve in an instant, and he also could not break Federer's momentum. Game, Banda Shana 1.2 Federer. Game, Banda Sha 1.3 Federer. Game, Banda Cha 1.4 Federer. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 innings behind. Kid, you're already far behind. What's the other move? Hurry up and use it. Shaking his head in an instant, he said, this move is not yet in time. However, there is indeed a huge gap in experience compared to world-class players, and it took me so long to complete it. Oh. What have you accomplished? It's not feasible to pretend in front of me, kid. This game was Federer's serve, and this time he switched to a high-pressure topspin serve, causing the ball to bounce towards a very awkward angle, providing instant pressure from the beginning. In an instant, he calmly took off and hit back, but the return ball was not too tricky. Federer proudly roast. What? Nothing has changed at all. You are discordant everywhere. As before, Federer continued to fiercely attack these loopholes, intending to accumulate victory. But in an instant, there was no leakage of the ball's momentum on his body. Instead, he used Federer's strike to shoot a cold arrow into Federer's blind spot, catching him off guard. Federer felt puzzled. What happened? Why am I the one whose ball is declining? He regrouped and aimed again at the momentary flaw, but was still cleverly utilized, causing his advantage to decline by a few points again. These uncoordinated flaws still exist, why can't they be utilized? Federer carefully sensed and finally discovered something wrong. Originally, it was your spiritual trait, habit. That's right, these flaws on the body at that moment have not been eliminated, but under the influence of habit, they have endowed the moment with strong adaptability. He spent a whole 4 innings adapting. The flaw that was originally impossible to counterattack, he can now counterattack. The originally uncoordinated areas were also unable to reveal his ball power. Even these places can be used to set traps for Federer. Game, Banda Shana 2.4 Federer. Through a round of trial and error, Federer discovered that the discordance he had previously discovered in an instant could hardly be reused. There are only a few places left, and Federer does not intend to easily expose them. But rather, it is prepared to serve as a starting point for attacks at critical times and take advantage of it. I underestimated you, kid. Do you have a set of tricks? I heard that there is also a genius boy in the United States who can quickly adapt and correct his own shortcomings, which is very similar to your playing style. Oh, maybe he also has the spiritual trait of habit, but the direction of his research may not be the same. It seems that we can only play hard power with you next, kid. Uncle, you are not the only professional tennis player with the title of Eagle Eye. Your most famous title is God's Backhand. Oh, do you want to give it a try? It's very likely to get hurt. I can't wait, uncle. The game continues, with a momentary serve. This time, he actively ran and started to exert his strength, playing incredibly strong. Federer responded calmly and fought back and forth. Angry C. This time it was not used for serving, but for drawing the ball. In order to increase the intensity of the return ball and seek more changes in the situation. Faced with the sudden change, Federer also had to increase his strength and counterattack with a power ball. Jinghai. At the moment when Federer exerted his strength, Jinghai went upstream and skillfully resolved his strength, steadily hanging the tennis ball in the front court. Attract with a C of anger, end with a calm C. With every movement and stillness, the fight was incredibly brilliant. 15.0 Well done, come back, kid. The two fought fiercely again. This time, Federer was the first to take the lead and use momentum to attack the loophole of the moment. Uncle, this move is no longer effective. Naive kid, the application of taking power is not as simple as you think. If relying solely on taking advantage cannot defeat the opponent, use taking advantage as a prerequisite for a deadly move. Under the pressure of taking advantage, he had to immediately return the ball to Federer's backhand area. Watch it. God return. Just a simple backhand, the tennis ball turned into an aurora. Jinghai. The instinctive counterattack in an instant could not affect the incoming ball. The tennis ball effortlessly pierced through the instant racket, without diminishing its momentum, and pierced a hole in the wall beside the court. It's like not encountering any obstacles, indicating the condensed strength of this ball. Under the radiance of this ball, San Chuan even forgot to continue announcing the score, but exclaimed, the realm of Shura Shinto, the crazy accumulation of ball momentum, and the meticulously refined mental and physical skills, combined with condensed spiritual power, have fused the three into one. This is the divine return. It is truly the world's #1 men's singles, which has opened my eyes greatly. At this point, he finally regained some of the charm of being the world's #1 men's singles player back then. Sanchuan looked at Bantian in amazement, and this young man had given him too many surprises. Although he did not successfully counterattack Shenhui, he captured the trajectory of Shenhui. If one does not reach the state of the seventh consciousness, the sense of capturing time in the mind cannot sense the existence of divine return. Federer's eyes were full of aggressive arrogance. Kid, your still C has not yet reached the level of the sea. Even if you practice at this level, can you still face meteorites calmly? My divine return, there will be no more than 10 people in the professional tennis world next. My divine disability, even Nanjilang has to avoid. If you can't catch it, hurry up and avoid it. Federer's weakness is known worldwide, as the forehand is slightly inferior to the backhand. Because he got injured during training when he was young, his forehand always felt a bit unnatural. So, his forehand was unable to reach the pinnacle of perfection. But his backhand technique has been honed to become the world's number one, truly the world's number one. Especially for Nanjiro, who had slightly weaker backhand skills, he was unable to break through Federer's backhand. He defeated Federer through the suppression of his forehand. In an instant, his face was filled with excitement and a sense of war. That's great. That's really great. The divine return is already so stunning, so what about the divine disability? I haven't experienced this trembling feeling for a long time. Really, it's so great. In an instant, the spiritual atmosphere changed again, no longer the ordinary feeling, but full of wisdom and sensitivity. Uncle, I've watched a lot of your professional game videos. Currently, I really can't fight back against your divine return, but I've also thought carefully about how to deal with opponents like you. The third spiritual trait, macro-micro regulation, please advise. The battle between the two has become increasingly intense. And in an instant, the tennis style changed, becoming more adaptable and evidence-based. Macro-micro regulation is derived from the spiritual traits of the ultimate consciousness. Using a perception that transcends time, comprehensively infer from the macro perspective and micro details. This spiritual trait can quickly grasp the opponent's tennis information at the macro level, clarify the opponent's attack intention at the micro level, and greatly enhance the ability to adapt to sudden changes. Macro and micro control successfully resisted Federer's power-taking. The tennis return always stayed in Federer's forehand area, sealing off his ultimate skill. The two of them fell into a war of attrition, competing in perseverance, mental strength, and willpower. And the ability to grasp the situation. Game, Bonda Shah 3.4 Federer. Game, Bonda Shana 3.5 Federer. Game, Tanaka 4.5 Federer. The two serve each other without giving in. But the key point is undoubtedly Federer's serve. Anyway, the serving side will eventually take the initiative, which is the iron law of tennis. 0.15, 15.15, 15.30, 30.40, the game was nearing its end, and both Federer and his team were sweating profusely. Federer was only one goal away from winning the game. The clock tower outside the training ground has already pointed to 11 o'clock. In a short set of decisive matches, the two have played for a full 3 hours, and their mental, physical, and willpower have all been exhausted to their limits. Suddenly, it felt as if I was too tired, and my body couldn't help but stumble. Federer's eyes lit up and he aimed his forehand at the flaw. Kid, you lost. In an instant, he lifted his head with a smile in his eyes. Uncle, you've been deceived. In the next moment, 8 figures appeared in an instant, each with a different attacking posture. 3 ships stood up from the coaching seat in shock. This is the 8th consciousness, without any knowledge. A junior high school ghost can actually. A clear sound came from the field for an instant. Uncle, it's done. The third move, illusionary C. All figures swing together, and the tennis ball splits into countless shadows in the air. Some remnants become erratic in their trajectory, constantly moving in the sky. Some remnants merged into a massive sphere. Some remnants fly and disappear, suddenly appearing in another place. Some afterimages seem to become clones, becoming more and more diverse. Fantasy C, like a mirage in the sea, are you facing bubbles? Or is it real? At this level of mental exhaustion, Federer had difficulty distinguishing where the real ball was in a moment. Because each ball's shadow is wrapped in air, it can create a real sense of touching the ball. Under the deduction of macro and micro control, he chose to stab the crucial blow at the moment when Federer's consumption was at its maximum. Rationally speaking, the cost of this move, Huanhai, is at least 8 times higher than Jinghai, because it is a move launched under the urging of Wumei. So, Federer doesn't need to force himself to pick it up. But he can't ignore it. Because this ball is aimed at his backhand area. This is the battle book in an instant. To tell you plainly, I am going to challenge you as the world's #1 backhand and break through your invincible territory. Faced with the infinite changes in the sea of illusion, the divine return had no time to activate. But Federer still has divine disabilities. He held the racket with both hands, condensing his essence and spirit to the extreme. The power of the Shura Shinto has been transformed into the realm of backhand, and in this vast world of backhand, nothing can escape. Divine disability. Federer roared, holding his racket with both hands and waving towards the sky full of shadows. Under the shock of the field, countless illusions turned into foam one after another. Only real tennis balls were absorbed in the racket, and the wind drove the thunderous counter-attack back to the instant field. The power, momentum, speed, and rotation of this ball are 3 times that of the divine return. Federer anxiously said, "Kid. Get out of here." In an instant, he stared straight at the ball, his eyes filled with excitement and madness, without any intention of retreating. When the tennis ball lands, there is a loud roar. Even though Federer's tennis court was tough enough, the impact shattered the ground and created countless cracks. Amidst the smoke, one can no longer see the fleeting figure. In an instant. My companion also stood up anxiously and ran down from the audience. The last glance Federer saw was an instant of clapping with both hands, laughing wildly as he welcomed the divine remnants. How dare he? Kid. Are you okay? In an instant, he walked out of the smoke with a disheveled face. Oh, Uncle's divine disability is really fierce, he didn't catch it. Don't worry, there's a slight bone fracture, it's not a big problem. Feeling angry, Federer kicked for an instant. You scared me to death. On the referee's bench, the smile of the 3 boats entering the court couldn't stop. Because he saw the moment when he finally met the divine remnants. The almost explosive aura of dominance. Is it another new spiritual trait? Amazing young man, he really has unlimited potential. Neon tennis, the future is promising. He drank the fine wine from the gourd and announced loudly. Game, 4.6, winner, Federer. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Chapter 3 of the Constitution. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 5, Chapter 3 of the Constitution. After the war, Ban Tian suddenly smiled heartily and said, Oh, almost got killed by Uncle's divine disability. My companion walked over quickly to check for any obvious injuries before taking a breath of relief. Listening to the heartless words in an instant, I lightly patted the back of his head with anger and laughter. Don't be so frivolous when speaking. I've been correcting you for not being able to change things quickly for so many years. Shaking his head helplessly in an instant, he realized that the mouth fetish he had developed over so many years as a pirate could not be easily corrected. Looking at his right hand hanging on the side for an instant, Sanchuan approached with concern and said, Is it a bone fracture in his right arm? In an instant, he nodded nonchalantly and said, There should also be a muscle tear. Just take a few days to recover. Kid, is your stamina good? After this game, you still have the strength to stand and speak. Oh, no way, I'm almost tired and lying down. Father. Brother. In an instant. Outside the training ground, the voice of a Oriole could be heard. Alice rode her bicycle and rushed all the way from the villa. Oh, my God. Alice, slow down a bit. Federer hurriedly leaned forward, afraid that his precious daughter might fall. Alice made a small drift around her old father and rushed all the way to the moment. Brother, in an instant, isn't he injured? In an instant, he glanced at Federer, who seemed to have turned into a fossil, and said, "It's okay, it's just a small injury." "Alice, aren't you sleeping?" Alice's cheeks bulged and she said, "It's already noon now, I'm not a lazy little cat. I woke up around 8 o'clock and saw you guys playing ball in the attic, more intense than Mario I played last night." At this moment, Alice noticed that her companion and Sanchuan were smiling at her. His face immediately turned red and he politely bowed to the two elderly people. Federer's face was full of unhappiness. "My little angel, please also pay more attention to your old father." Alice walked up to Federer with a sunny smile on her face. "Father. Hey, please bend down." Federer obediently bent down and Alice gently pinched both of his ears. "You can't hit so hard." Father and brother in an instant are both Alice's most important relatives. No matter who gets hurt, Alice will be sad. Listening to Alice's sincere words, Federer was moved to tears. "Oh, my little angel, it's really great to have you as my daughter in this lifetime. Brother, in an instant, come with me to the clinic and I'll take you to see a private doctor. I'll go by myself later." Old companion stepped forward and slapped the words of the moment into his stomach. "Hurry up, I'll accompany you too." Okay. Watching the three of them walk away, Federer sat in a lifeless chair, panting heavily. Sanchuan looked at him teasingly and said, "Just retired a few years ago. Your strength has declined so much." "Yeah, the dark injuries I accumulated during training in the past have all started to break out during my retirement. Moreover, when I was young, I didn't have much control in life. Now, it would be great if I could have 60% of my previous strength. It's really embarrassing, I've become so tired after playing a game. However, in the future U17, your neon will shock the whole world, and this kid will also be famous around the world. Yeah, I can't believe it even now. He's only 13 years old and he can fight you like this. Don't forget, he's still wearing a weight-bearing suit." Federer leaned back in his chair and said, "I've found out this kid is a real monster since 2 years ago. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at him, but I insist on having him wear a weight-bearing suit because I'm worried he won't be able to suppress his full force." After this game, my heart was unexpectedly relaxed. Such talent is what makes me Federer's disciple. But, Brother Sanchuan, it's your turn to worry afterwards. At that moment, I don't have any sense of belonging to the Neon Kingdom. If you can't take him, I don't mind inviting him to change his nationality on behalf of Belgium, hahaha. He's an important puzzle piece for reviving neon tennis, I wouldn't give you this opportunity. After a detailed physical examination, the doctor determined that the injuries at that moment were not severe, including bone fractures and muscle lacerations. It would take about a month for the patient to recover. After preparing the wound medicine and tying the bandage, everyone met again in the reception room. 3 ships enter the road and come straight to the point, wanting to have a private conversation with Sherna about something. Federer and Alice took the initiative to tour this villa with their elderly companion, leaving space for their private conversation. "Kid, what are your plans in the future? Are you planning to enter the profession, or will you settle down for a few more years?" "I have a plan. I'll go back and help my grandfather teach Shanchong High School to win a national championship first. There's no plan for the rest." Since the old man asked me this question, it seems he has some guidance. "If you want to enter the professional tennis world now, I don't recommend it. I'll just analyze it for you. Firstly, the trees are beautiful in the forest, and the wind will surely destroy them. If you were to compete in a profession at the age of 13, you would be the first in history. This title is too heavy and can easily lead to jealousy. You should know that the current professional tennis world is not so clean, and there are countless behind-the-scenes cutting off the court moves. Back then, under the guise of a samurai, Nanjiro encountered countless conspiracies off the field. Secondly, the issue of quotas. To become a professional athlete, one must go through a qualification assessment. The main ways of assessment are as follows. 1. Ranking of countries after U17. Like Champion Germany, there are 10 recommended spots for professional players each year, with 8 runners-up, and 5 third and 5th place respectively. That's also why they are called Big Four. And we, Neon, are sorry to inform you that due to our poor performance, we do not have any recommended spots. 2. Wild Card Game. This is also the path chosen by Nanjiro. By participating in wild card battles and earning enough points, the top 3 players can also become professional players, which is the only path you can currently choose. But you have to face tens of thousands of opponents, and in order to win these 3 spots, many unscrupulous players will resort to any means possible. So, you will face various open and hidden arrows that are beyond defense. Of course, you can also choose to change the nationality of a country with recommended quotas. But the old man thought, you must finally consider your grandfather's feelings. In addition, there are also cultivation issues. I can see that your tennis path is facing a bottleneck now, and you need to gain more analogical thinking from the paths of others. Coincidentally, Nanjiro has returned to Neon Settlement from the United States in recent years. Don't you want to learn about his path in an instant? He smiled and said, the old man is so eloquent. In fact, after saying so much, he mainly wants me to join Neon's U17 and strive for a good ranking in the world competition. San Chuan nodded and said, I don't deny any intention in this regard. You helped Neon's U17 achieve good rankings, and Neon provided you with recommended positions for advancing professions. We are mutually beneficial. What do you think? Isn't it that I have to wait for a long time? I heard that U17 only allows players aged 16.18 to participate, and my age doesn't meet the competition requirements. I have received news that the next U17 held in Australia will implement reforms to break Germany's winning streak, allowing junior high school students to also join. Next year's World Tour Selection Tournament, U17's points qualifiers, will apply this system. So, are there any other questions? In an instant, he thought to himself, no wonder that Bald Borg said he was looking forward to U17 and my duel. Then he replied to San Chuan, after being advised, I should have no other choice but to have a full meal. However, there is one more question. Kid, tell me. I still have some understanding of Nanjiro's path, which is seamless, and the Azura Shinto. As for the research on spiritual traits, you should know that my spiritual traits do not match seamless and seamless. This path, which I do not understand, is meaningless. The Azura Shinto, on the other hand, needs to experience despair and climb up from the abyss of failure in order to achieve spiritual sublimation. But without hesitation, with my spiritual will, even if I experience failure, I will not experience despair, so the probability of entering the Azura Shinto is not high. So, what kind of help can neon lights provide for my cultivation? Perhaps there is another way, said the 3 ships in silence for a while. Listen attentively. First make others despair, then carefully experience this emotion and try to immerse yourself in it. After a moment of confusion, he asked, can I understand it as? First abuse the vegetables, then enjoy the howling of the defeated dog, and finally pretend to empathize with the defeated dog. Well, as you know, Nanjiro has a high level of expertise on this path. He once said so, and I think it should be feasible. Are you sure that Nanjiro is not teasing you with such nonsense? I don't even know your expression, old man. Okay, my master, the advisor of the tennis department at Six Corners High School, is a senior practitioner in the spiritual field. With his guidance, he should be able to help you avoid many detours. Oh. The master of the old man. This sounds much more reliable. By the way, I actually have something to talk to you about. What's going on? Old man, you won't forget our cooperation. Shouldn't you give me the dividends from the body refining formula? In the past 2 years, you have only sent me the medicinal herbs from the body refining formula, and I haven't seen a penny of the money. In his previous life, Ban Tian had considerable expertise in medicine, in order to improve his relatively weak physical condition. He combined the experience of the pirate world and designed a prescription that can greatly tap into the body's potential. But there is a huge difference in form between the drugs in the pirate world and those in the Internet King world. So, in an instant, one can only record the efficacy of each component of the medicine in the prescription, falsely claiming to recall the body-refining formula passed down by their ancestors. And under the guidance of the elderly companion, we collaborated with Sanchuan to gather all the drugs in the prescription. Sanchuan said helplessly, "In this regard, I really don't need to take advantage of you for a profit. However, some of the ingredients in your body-refining formula are too scarce to make a profit. In the years of our cooperation, we have tried our best to collect and only managed to gather nearly 100 herbs from various countries. If we want to cultivate them through planting, without patiently nurturing the herbs for a few years, it will be difficult to achieve the desired medicinal effect. However, the formula does have remarkable effects. Although it can only be effective for people under 18 years of bone age, as long as they can successfully persist in the medicinal bath of the body-refining formula, their physical fitness can be improved by at least 50%. Old man, since it's difficult to find medicine, don't try it on cats and dogs. It's a waste of medicine to improve so much. This prescription is linked to people's willpower, and the longer they can stay awake in the medicine bath, the more they will gain. According to my speculation, the extreme level is enough to triple their physical fitness." Sanchuan nodded and said, I understand. I will carefully select people when I go back. Since the dividend cannot meet the requirements, I will compensate elsewhere. Didn't your grandfather want Shanchong to dominate the country? But this year's contestants from your school are a bit lackluster, and you alone are also struggling to make a name for yourself. I will transfer a professional physical fitness coach from U17 specifically for your school. Meanwhile, we will provide you with several body-refining formulas in an instant." He nodded satisfied and said, "This condition is very thoughtful, and I am very satisfied with the compensation. Also, you need to help me with something." In an instant, the three ships interrupted and said, "Hey, old man. We're just in a cooperative relationship, and we don't owe anyone. I don't need to cause trouble for myself. I understand the rules. How about a monthly employment fee of 1 million neon coins?" Sanchuan said with a flash of light in his eyes in an instant. 2 million yuan per month, no two prices. In an instant, let's hear it for now. Since Federer took you as his apprentice, I have realized that in order to change Neon's tennis status, we should not only focus on the present, but also value the future. Therefore, over the years, I have sent people to conduct a thorough investigation throughout the country and found many excellent talents. I want you to train and help them evolve. Training. Establish an elite class and let me become a coach. No, I want you to unleash the catfish effect and help your opponents evolve from their perspective. This can not only stimulate their self-esteem, but also verify whether the abusive vegetable cultivation method is effective. Me. Catfish. Old man, you're not joking, are you? Aren't you afraid that I'll crush these little fry to the point of collapse and give up tennis? Hee, if they can't even pass this level, they don't have to experience the cruel world anymore. You know, the next generation of U17, middle school students will also go to the battlefield. Oh. It's really troublesome. Alright, for every time you successfully help someone make significant progress, I will personally reward you with 500,000 neon coins, without a cap. How about that? Oh. Look at what you said, in my heart, you are my own uncle. I will follow your instructions. Three ships took out a document from their arms and said, "This morning, our investigator just sent the information to me. The Neon Junior High School has just started for a while, and I should have just finished the regional competition. The good students I want you to guide are roughly distributed in these schools, so you can take a look first. Of course, if you find any good students that are not on the list during the 3-year period of junior high school, you can also add them, and the reward is equally effective. In an instant, I took over and carefully looked over. The information not only included the list, but also detailed information and competition data of these people. Youth Academy. Tezuka Guoguang, first day of junior high school, Er Zhou Zhu, first day of junior high school. Tachibana University Affiliated Middle School. Yukimura Seishi, Grade 1, Makita Kenichiro, Grade 1, Renwang Yaji, Grade 1, Sanjin Valley Yakudu, Grade 3, Liuyan Er, Grade 1, Marui Wentai, Grade 1. Ice Emperor Academy. Ashikaga Kawaguchi, Grade 1, Yoshihisa Ninzu, Grade 1, and Shiro Akutagawa, Grade 1. For Heavenly Treasure Temple. Shira Ishitsuk, first day of junior high school, Ishida In, first day of junior high school, Mori Shishiro, second day of junior high school, Hiroshi, third day of junior high school, and Yuanjia, second day of junior high school. Shizel Middle School. Jujiping, Grade 1, Qianshi Qianli, Grade 1. Mudo Middle School. Not Breaking Iron Man, Grade 3. Shanshui Middle School. Yakujin Ren, Grade 1, Qianshi Qingchun, Grade 1. The potential levels of these goals are detailed in the information. Evaluated as S include Takahiro Tezuka, Seishi Yukimura, Shishiro Mori, Kigo Zobe, Kenichiro Maeda, and Shosuke Fuji. Evaluated as are Shira Shizanasuk, Renwang Yaji, Mitsutsugu Yakudu, Liuyan Er, Bupo Tairen, Jujiping, Qianshi Qianli, and Marui Wentai. Evaluated as B, there are Hirayama Shinji, Hara Tetsuya, Ishida Jin, Akutagawa Shiro, and Ninzu Yushir. Only Qianshi Qingchun was rated as C. In addition, there is Yakujin Ren, who has marked a question mark. In an instant, he pointed to the last person and asked, "What's going on with Yakujin Ren?" Our observers believe that when it comes to physical potential, this Yakujin Ren is enough to reach the S. level. Because he won the tennis coaching class with his physical fitness in 5th grade of elementary school. However, he doesn't have much enthusiasm for every sport and hasn't joined a tennis club since entering junior high school. You happen to be in the same high school as him, so you can observe him first to see if there is a need for training. In an instant, I carefully recalled that although the memory of the tennis prince was blurry, some characters seemed to still have some impressions. For example, this Renwang Yaji, do you remember that he appears quite frequently and his evaluation is only A. level? Is this potential rating absolutely correct? I'm not sure about this, but I can guarantee that those with an A level or higher will definitely have training value. In an instant, he looked at the game data again and said with confusion, "Didn't you say that Tezuka Guoguang and Fujitsu Chasuk have an S. level potential? Why is the regional competition of Youth Academy the runner-up? Not even the seeded team of the major competition." No, looking at the match data, they played a total of 4 rounds in the regional competition, and these 2 people didn't even play. Wouldn't they be warned by their coach? If I remember correctly, Youth Academy is the alma mater of Echizen Nanjiro. Upon hearing this, the 3 ships took a glance at the information and also felt a sense of confusion. In the morning, I just took a rough look and didn't notice this problem. Although I didn't pay much attention to junior high school tennis before, I remember that Ryazaki Jin hasn't retired and is still teaching at the youth school. In theory, this grade shouldn't be the right one. Who is Ryazaki Jin? Nanjiro Echizen's tennis mentor. Oh. That should be very standard, right? The teaching level was not satisfactory, and she taught Nanjiro many small problems, which caused me to help correct them for a long time. But after all, she dug into Nanjiro and shouldn't. At this moment, Federer, Alice, and companion walked in. Mr. Ban smiled and said, he, is Longqi Jin. Brother Sanchuan, your focus is mainly on high school students, and you still don't know much about some things about junior high school coaches. Sanchuan entered the road and asked in confusion, Brother Bantian, what's the problem with Ryazaki-jin? My companion shook his head and said, I don't like the length of the Taoist behind my back. When we return to Neon, you might as well go to the youth school to investigate. Sanchuan nodded and said, okay, the French U-17 will only start in half a year, so I have plenty of time for now. Federer asked, how did your conversation go? Almost done. I would like to ask you to help me train a few promising seedlings in an instant. To get to the point, kid, I need to make a 3-chapter agreement with you. Which 3 chapters? Firstly, in the game between Neon and peers, players cannot use different dimensional level skills. No problem. Secondly, during battles, you need to drive this training suit to the highest level. It's also possible. Thirdly, try to be merciful. Look at what you're saying, with so many restrictions, can I still tinker with it? Companion smiled and said, Brother Sanchuan has talked to me about this matter before, and I am a witness. I will remind you in a moment. The flight back to the neon sign was in the evening, and Federer entertained everyone for lunch. Looking at the time, the 3 of them stood up and bid farewell in an instant. Alice, the little girl, said goodbye to the moment with tears in her eyes, and made an appointment to meet again. Before leaving, Federer gave him a bank card in an instant. Uncle, what is this? Bank card, there are $3 million inside. You posted spiritual traits in my name and have received many bonuses internationally during this period. You gave me the name, so the money should belong to you. I was stunned in the local area for an instant. Hasty, with this money, I still have to struggle to be a catfish. But it's already agreed, every spit is a nail, we can't go back on our word. Federer patted his lover's shoulder, his eyes turning slightly red. Kid, don't embarrass me. Don't forget, teach me a good lesson for Nanjiro's son. Upon hearing these words, my heart suddenly felt warm and astringent. He took 2 steps back and bowed solemnly, thank you for your guidance. I will definitely become the world's #1 men's singles player, and I will not disgrace your reputation. Federer was also filled with emotions. Kid, although I don't know why you are more resistant to the term master, and have been calling me uncle, perhaps it is related to your previous experience. But I can hear you call me that, and I am sincerely happy. You must win. End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Insights and Stories from Tennis School Youth Schools. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 6. Insights and Stories from Tennis School Youth Schools. It only takes about 9 hours by the fastest plane from Belgium to Neon. The 3 ships entering the road and the moment are all made of iron physical fitness, and the turbulence in the air is treated as a massage. After sleeping for a while, all kinds of dragons and tigers were fierce. Being an elderly companion is much worse. After getting off the plane, I quickly went home to rest and recuperate. Sanjo is an impatient person, and when he pointed out the situation of Tezuka and Fuji in an instant, he couldn't sit still. In an instant, I will go to Qingchun to conduct on-site inspections. Tezuka is a talent that he values very much. He was able to teach himself without a teacher, and by studying Nanjiro's videos alone, he understood the skills in the field of rotation. This talent is simply unparalleled. So, the first stop after getting off the plane, Sanchuan headed straight to the youth academy with an instant. At Qingchun, Tezuka Guoguang, a freshman in junior high school, is engaged in a 1v1 singles battle with senior Takahiro Tezuka in junior high school. Due to the unsatisfactory performance of the youth academy in the regional competition, they finished second. Tezuka, who has been responsible for picking up balls in the youth academy, is very worried. He approached Minister Yamato and suggested that he promote reform and select outstanding students from the first year of junior high school to join the selection team. Yamato hesitated and only said that he would find time to discuss this matter with Coach Ryazaki. But he knew in his heart that Ryazaki-jin had a stubborn temperament, and as a highly respected mentor of Nanjiro's tennis, she spoke confidently in the youth tennis department. It's almost impossible to persuade her. With Ryazaki Jin's unpredictable brain, she always believed that the physical development of first-grade students was insufficient and that they should lay a solid foundation through this year. No matter how strong you are, without qualifications you are nothing. So, she only values students above the second grade of junior high school, and even junior high school players can only be relegated to substitute positions. The demands put forward by Tezuka have been left unresolved. But the matter of finding and talking to Tezuka was discovered by other senior students in the third year of junior high school. Suddenly, several selected officials led by Wu Jiujian became angry. These ignorant little bunnies want to covet the position that I have chosen. You useless juniors just need to pick up the ball obediently on the field like grandchildren. When I am short of money, just obediently offer filial piety. So one day, after completing the training, Takahiro Kensher and his team blocked Tezuka and others on the training ground, confidently using tennis to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Under the worried gaze of Hidero Oishi, Eiji Kikumaru, Takashi Kawamura, and others, Tezuka calmly agreed to the seniors' invitation to fight. This private battle has caused quite a stir. A few junior high school tennis department members who were previously bullied by Wu Jiujian were worried about serious conflicts and wanted to find the minister to mediate the conflict. But the minister took a leave today, went to the hospital to see an injury, was not at school, and couldn't be reached for a while. After wandering around, I had to inform Coach Ryazaki Jin. Upon hearing this, Long Chi-jin shook her head and said, "It seems that these little devils don't understand the physical differences between the first and third years of junior high school. Let them suffer. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about these things." Wu Jiujian should have a sense of propriety. On the court, a bright 5.0 shot blinded all the young school candidates. Wu Jiujian was an absolute mainstay besides the head of the department, but he was easily suppressed and even played with by a new student. Wu Jiujian was like a dying dog about to die, struggling to run left and right, sweating profusely. On the other hand, Tezuka Guoguang was exceptionally relaxed, not even sweating much. Swinging lightly left and right, aiming at the fields on both sides, and manipulating Wu Jiujian like a string puppet. No effort or attempt has been made by Wu Jiujian in history, everything is in vain. Not to mention one game, he can't even score a point. It's only been a short 15 minutes. Wu Jiujian's face turned red as he felt his self-esteem being stepped on and repeatedly crushed. The shock and discussion of the people around me seemed to be a mockery of myself. This junior bastard, how dare he treat his senior like this? Does he look down on me, despite being left-handed, when he fights me with his right hand? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Do you like to use your right hand so much? Then I'll let you use it enough. On the other hand, shortly after the outbreak of war between Takahiro Tezuka and Kenichi Takaju, Sanfrecce and Kazuki had arrived here coincidentally. The combination of a savage man and a sunny young man carrying a tennis bag instantly caught the attention of countless students in the youth academy. Watching a large group of people gathered around the youth tennis department, they immediately stopped a few lively youth students and asked what had happened on the field. In just a few words, one can fully understand the situation. In addition to the conflict between Tezuka and Takaju, there is also the glorious tradition of picking up balls in youth education. A student was sharp-eyed and saw someone going to the coaching room to report information, but Coach Ryazaki Jin turned a deaf ear. After hearing these things, Sanchuan's expression was very unpleasant. He didn't expect that Ryazaki Jin Kong had the title of Samurai's Enlightenment Coach, but it was so cliché. Puyu like Tezuka Guoguang and Fujitsuk, who don't take the time to hone themselves on the field, actually make them caddies. Putting them on hold and wasting their talents. It should be noted that in this golden period of growth and progress in junior high school, every day wasted will fall one step behind others. This old lady is stifling the future of neon tennis. Just about to erupt, I was instantly comforted by kind words. "Old man, don't worry, let's take a look at the situation first. During the official battle between Tezuka and Takahiro, there were various silent evaluations in an instant. Is this the right choice for youth education? Unstable footsteps, weak swing, and inability to adjust breathing rhythm. Is this level of waste in junior high school? It's unbelievable. According to the information, this Tezuka Guoguang is left-handed, and his right hand is very unnatural. It seems that he is laying the foundation for learning Nanjiro's second sword style. This half-hearted right hand is enough to tidy up the wine bags and rice bags on the other side. However, what interests me the most is the rotating field mentioned in the information, Nanjiro's signature skills. Unfortunately, with goods of this level, there is nothing more that Tezuka can offer. As he spoke, Tezuka had already easily won the game, and the 6.0 score highlighted Takahiro Kenshi's incompetence and howling. Tezuka won the game, as if it was just a trivial matter. Ignoring the history of Wu Jujian, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the stadium. Although far apart, with a sharp insight in an instant, Wu Jujian's expression was clearly observed. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at Tezuka's back as if he was about to tear him apart alive. In an instant, he sighed helplessly, opened the ball bag, and took out his racket and tennis ball with his left hand. Oh, my right hand is still injured, and I don't know if my left hand can aim accurately. At this moment, Wu Jujian's roar came from the field. He flew towards Tezuka and angrily said, "Stop looking down on people. Even though he is left-handed, he used his right hand to humiliate me. You garbage that only deserves to pick up balls, let me waste you." Wu Ju raised his racket high and fiercely cut the frame towards Tezuka's left elbow. Everyone was shocked on the spot, and no one expected Wu Jujian to make such a behavior. Upon hearing the sound, Tezuka turned back and froze in place, forgetting to dodge for a moment. As the racket was about to land on him, there was only one thought in his mind. Is this kind of club, this kind of senior, the alma mater of Nanjiro that I have always dreamed of in elementary school? My hands. My hands. A heart-wrenching scream came from the field. But what fell to the ground was not Tezuka, but Wu Jujian, who was rolling on the ground with his wrist in pain. A stream of light flew from outside the field, bypassing Tezuka and accurately hitting Wu Ju's wrist holding a racket. Tezuka turned around in a daze and saw the combination of the savage man and the sunny young man about 20 meters away from the field. The sunshine boy looked similar in age to himself, holding a racket in his left hand. It seems that he saved himself just now. In an instant, he lazily walked up to Tezuka's side, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Glasses, can't you avoid this kind of swinging speed? When you're not playing, how can people become sluggish?" Hidero Oishi and Eiji Kikumaru quickly stepped forward and pulled the hand mound, anxiously asking if he was injured. Er Zhou Zhu, Qianshi, and Kawamura Takashi walked up to the moment and bowed, "Thank you for saving our friend just now. Wave your hand in an instant to show that it's not a big deal." Several fox friends brought by Wu Jujian hurriedly looked at his situation, and one of them looked up and questioned, "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble at our youth tennis department?" The three ships entered the road and looked at him disdainfully, the mental pressure like a wild beast in the wilderness frightening the opponent into two battles. "Who am I? You useless person have no right to know. Tell Coach Ryazaki Jin to come over." Startled, a few people quickly ran towards the coaching room. Not long after, Ryazaki Jin arrived with a serious expression on her face. The person did not arrive, yet they were ahead of others. Which foreign school's fault finding an injury to our youth school's selected players? When she saw the three ships entering the road, Ryazaki Jin's footsteps paused. "Are you? Three ships entering the road. It's really rare, do you remember me?" Sanchuan looked at Longqi Jin with a smile on her face. Ryazaki Jin couldn't help but say, "You're not busy at U17, why did you come to Qingchun to harm my player?" San Chuan sneered and said, "Just now, I heard you talking about picking trouble from other schools. It seems that the good players you bring always confuse black and white." Upon hearing this, Ryazaki Jin was taken aback. She was not a fool either. 3 ships entering the tennis industry held such a high position, and how could she be so cunning in such a situation? She must have been stirred up by 2 members just now. She asked seriously, what exactly happened just now, to be honest. The 2 students who were looking for Long Qijin were hesitant when they saw that the situation was not right, so they honestly explained the details. Ryazaki Jin's face was very unpleasant, and she remained silent for a while before saying, Takashi Kenshiro stripped him of his regular seat and became an ordinary member of the department. He stayed in the department for inspection. Takahiro Tezuka made a private appointment with his seniors, which affected the harmonious atmosphere of the tennis department. Go back and write me an examination. You guys, take Takashi Kenshiro to the medical room to see if he's injured. Upon hearing Ryazaki Jin's fair judgment, no less than 2 weeks of assistance, students from junior high school clubs such as Yukimura Seishi blushed and looked angry but hesitant to speak. 50 big boards each. What's wrong with Tezuka and why should he be punished? Did Wu Jujian do such an excessive thing, just deprive him of the qualification to be elected, and then let it go, gently let it go? Puhaha. In an instant, I couldn't help but laugh. Who are you? What's so funny about it? Longzaki Jin said in dissatisfaction. In an instant, he looked at Ryazaki Jin as if he were looking at a clown. I can't hold back the foolish words spoken by a confused person. This kind of handling decision is really fair and selfless, it makes people laugh their teeth out. Alright, you don't have to bother lifting this guy anymore. I just beat his muscles, not broke his bones. It hurts for hours and then it's okay. Ryazaki Jin stared at the rude young man and angrily said, Little devil, what qualifications do you have to comment on me? Remember, I am the coach of the youth tennis department. You are just outsiders, so don't comment here. Even if the 3 ships around you enter the court, they have no right to interfere in the affairs of our youth tennis department. In an instant, she spread out her hands and was too lazy to pay attention to Long Qijin. Instead, she looked at Sanchuan and entered the path. I'm young and not good at scolding this old devout woman. You should come, old man. Sanchuan took a sip of wine and suppressed his anger, looking coldly at Long Qijin. That's right, I really don't want to interfere in the internal affairs of your youth school tennis department, but I can manage you, Ryazaki Jin. Long Qijin frowned and said, What do you mean? I am the vice president of the official Neon Tennis Association and have the right to appoint or dismiss. From today on, Ryazaki Jin, your tennis coaching qualification will be cancelled. Ryazaki Jin's face turned white and she said, What are you saying? Don't you understand? I asked you to get out of the neon tennis world. Ryazaki Jin gritted her teeth tightly and said, How dare you? I am Nanjiro's tennis enlightenment teacher. With you. To enlighten Nanjiro. Sanchuan chuckled and said, You're just lucky enough to come across such a once-in-a-century genius. Even if he watches videos for self-study, he can still lay a good foundation. Grandma, do you think you teach well? Do you know how many irregular playing habits have been developed by Nanjiro Echizen under your influence? Do you know how much effort the old man put into correcting his problem? Do you think Nanjiro's achievements are due to you? No, it was he who achieved you, led your chickens and dogs to heaven, and let you, this incompetent person, hang the illustrious title of Samurai Enlightenment Teacher in vain, here day after day, deceiving those excellent young people who love tennis. The 3 ships entered the road without mercy, tearing apart the pride of Ryazaki Jin layer by layer, revealing its ugly essence. Today, before the conflict occurred, someone had already notified you, right? Why didn't you come out to stop it? Do you openly believe that the stubborn stone you treat as a treasure can shine brighter than the true jade? As a coach, you can't do anything, you can't lead the school to achieve good results, you can't manage conflicts within the club well, and you can't be discerning. What face do you still have to remain in this position, shameless and shameless? Do you want to continue to poison more younger generations? Ryazaki Jin, I tell you that Tezuka Guoguang is an outstanding talent that I have always been concerned about, and is the hope for the future of our neon tennis. If he has any mistakes, don't redeem him if he dies 100 times. The words of San Chuan entering the Tao were like knives, fiercely cutting into Long Qijin's heart. Long Qijin's face turned pale, her breathing was rapid, and she collapsed weakly on the ground. The tennis department students around were silent as if they were cicadas, and no one expected that this undisclosed old man would have such great power. Even the undisputed coaches in the tennis department have been thrown into the mud and dust. Tezuka Guoguang, Fujitsuk Chasuk, and others are also emotionally complex, with both inner tension and excitement. San Chuan gave a cold glance at Long Qijin, who was as disheartened as a defeated dog, without any mercy. I took out the phone from my pocket, dialed a number, and gave instructions to the other side. In less than 10 minutes, the principal of the youth school ran over with a thud. Nodding and bowing respectfully towards the three ships entering the road. Subsequently, the principal walked up to Ryazaki Jin and whispered to her, "Ryazaki teacher, you have been fired. Please find another job." Long Qijin seemed to be in a dream, looking at the principal incredulously and then looking around in confusion. How could this be? I have been studying in youth for so many years, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to it. I have trained Nanjiro, how can you treat me like this? Moreover, coaching the tennis department is just my part-time job, and you are also. She walked out of the tennis court like a walking corpse, swaying towards the direction outside the school. The students around watched her leaving with complex expressions. But not even one came to help her. Tezuka looked up at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. He arrived at the entrance of the three ships and bowed solemnly, "Thank you for your help." Hideyoshi Ohashi couldn't bear it anymore and said softly, "Is this too much?" In an instant, he glanced at him and said, "What's wrong?" "The Virgin Mary's heart has broken out. Egghead, I advise you not to hold this mentality and not to pity everyone. Have you ever thought about what would happen if glasses were to suffer this blow? With this old lady's coaching attitude, she only cares about senior students. If glasses is seriously injured, do you think this old lady will take it seriously?" Dashi thought for a moment, then lowered his head and remained silent. Three ships entered the road and looked at the onlookers, announcing, "Starting from tomorrow, I will send a professional coach to guide the daily training of your tennis department. From now on, all the corrupt rules of your tennis department will be invalidated. There is only one rule in the club, survival of the fittest." Oh! Oh! The cheers of the first-year tennis team members came from the field. In the second and third year of junior high school, some players with mixed qualifications who lie flat may feel heartbroken, but they dare not speak out to refute. Sanchuan patted Suzuka's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You students, especially you and Fujitsu, are excellent talents that I have always valued. I hope you don't lose interest in tennis because of today's situation, but rather work harder to tap into more tennis potential and bring glory to the future of neon tennis." Listening to the three boats pouring chicken soup fiercely, everyone in the academy was excited. Er remained calm and looked at the moment politely, asking, "We don't know the reason why you two came to visit Qingchun. Do you want to exchange your tennis experience and understand the overall strength of Qingchun? If so, I am willing to compete with this classmate." In an instant, he waved his hand and said, "Let's forget about today. My right hand injury hasn't healed yet. Besides, there are still several places I need to go, and I don't have enough time. See you on the court another day." Tezuka's eyes lit up as he looked at the moment when his left hand held the racket. He thought he was left-handed like himself, but was he right-handed? Just now, at a distance of 20 meters, I hit Wu Ju's wrist with precision. Surprisingly, I didn't use the commonly used hand. He's a good opponent. Tezuka's chest was full of war intent, and he bowed halfway and asked, "Classmate, may I ask your name?" Mountain Blowing High School, accompanying Tian Chana, accompanying Old Sun Tzu. Youth Academy, Tezuka National Glory. After notifying each other of their names, the three ships bid farewell and left in a moment. Before leaving, he turned lazily and said, "Don't be so grateful to me. Maybe one day, you'll hate me so much that you'll grit your teeth." The young students looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of this sentence in an instant. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Liwei. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 7, Liwei. After leaving Qingchun, Sanchuan's expression remained very unpleasant. Passers-by will instinctively take a detour when they see him, because they feel like this savage man is about to hammer people in the next moment. This person tends to overthink as they get older. When it comes to the issue of youth education, Zhu Yu is in front. Sanchuan couldn't help but worry. Will similar things happen to people like Li Haida and Bing Di? The reserved seedlings were bullied and humiliated by senior students. I used to focus my main energy on the training of high school students, but now I think it's too wrong. In an instant, he patiently calmed the irritable old man and took 3 boats to the clothing store to buy masks, hats, and other decorations, so that he wouldn't look so eye-catching. Although Sanchuan's work is mostly behind the scenes, he holds a high position and is not surprising to be recognized. Doing a good job of covering up can not only avoid many unnecessary troubles, but also better facilitate micro-server private visits. Fortunately, the tennis club atmosphere of Ice Emperor and Lehigh University is relatively positive and upward. Like Tachibana University, shortly after the regional preliminaries, angry at their poor performance, the 3 giants of Yukimura Seishi, Makita Kenichiro, and Lulin, with the support of the club's 3rd member, Suga Yakudu, boldly pushed for reform. Yukimura Seishi successfully served as the head of the tennis department at Tachibana University, and discovered outstanding players such as Renwang Yaji, Marui Wentai, and Jack Sangwon among the freshmen. With the goal of dominating the country, he conducted high-intensity training. En Jingwu, the successor of the Ice Emperor, with his ability to crush the entire club, dominates the Ice Emperor tennis department. And with the ability to spend money recklessly, various high-tech training equipment has been purchased, equipped with professional-level nutritionists and trainers, allowing Ice Emperor's tennis players to receive the most professional training. The development of the 2 schools is in full swing, clearly leading the youth school by a big step, and also easing the gloomy mood of the 3 ships. As for the 4 Heavenly Treasure Temple, it's too far to make it today. However, the tennis department at the 4 Heavens Treasure Temple has always had a good atmosphere, with the aim of playing happy tennis and providing U17 with many talented tennis players with unique personalities. It is not a big problem. Coach Watanabe Shio's coaching ability is also at the top level. Moreover, the S.level potential student Mori Shishiro, who needs to be closely monitored at the 4 Heavenly Treasure Temple, will be transferred to Tachibana High School in the second half of the year or next year due to work issues with his parents at home. The investigator of U17 has already written this in the information. And I am very satisfied with the tennis training atmosphere of the 3 ships facing each other, so I don't think it will waste Mori Shishiro's talent. In the end, there are still Lion Rock High School and Mudo High School left. Although both are old tennis schools, the situation of generational decline is very serious, with only a few skilled players working hard to support them, and there is no value for examination. So, Sanchuan bid farewell to the moment and made an appointment to meet at U17. The next day, my companion took a moment to complete the admission procedures and went to the tennis department. Although Shanchong High School is a renowned tennis school, there are not many new members joining the tennis department this year, and overall, it is also in a state of being young and inexperienced. The minister is Jimu Ji from junior high school, and the deputy minister is Oshang Hejiang from junior high school. The 2 of them are one of the top doubles teams in the current Neon Junior High School, known as the storefront of Shanchong Middle School. The other elected members are only the second-year junior high school students, Hiroshi Ohei and Yuji Oda, who are mainly responsible for singles. But the two of them are just mediocre, losing more than winning on the field. The remaining candidates have already graduated for further education, so Shan Chuiji needs to replenish his blood. However, the quality of this batch of students is relatively unsatisfactory. After careful screening by the elderly companion, only a pair of new players with doubles talent were found, namely Nan Jiantaro and Dongfang Yame, who can strengthen the doubles played by Shanchong. Also, Qianshi Qingchun, who shone brilliantly in the youth selection competition, can improve Shanchong's weakness in singles. Another example is Shindumi Daoji, who is also a new student with good qualities. Although weak in singles, having a good sense of coordination is a good talent for doubles. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find an ideal partner since joining the Yamagata Tennis Club. After arriving at the tennis department in an instant, the first thing I felt was the relaxed atmosphere here. The club is very harmonious and enjoyable, without the disgusting filth of youth education. It can be seen that the management of the tennis department by the elderly companion is still very effective. Upon seeing the arrival of his companion, Minister Yoshiaki ordered, "Everyone gather, line up. Say hello. Good companion. Hello everyone, take it easy. Today, we are going to add a new member to our tennis department. In an instant, let's introduce ourselves," said Mr. Ban with a smile and a wave of his hand. Everyone looked at the moment when their right arm was bandaged, their eyes filled with curiosity. Qianshi Qingchun poked Shindumi Daoji beside him and whispered, "I heard that my old companion took a leave a few days ago to go abroad to bring back his grandson who is studying tennis abroad." "That's him, right? It should be, he's wearing a bandage. Did he encounter an accident?" In an instant, he greeted everyone friendly and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Ban Tian Cha Na, the grandson of Ban Lao. As for me, I don't have anything that I really like or dislike, so I can accept it. This time, I joined the tennis department of Shanchong High School mainly to fulfill my grandfather's dream and lead his family to win the national championship." As soon as the last sentence was spoken, everyone in the tennis department changed their faces. Leading. Even if you are the grandson of your elder companion, do you want to seize power in the tennis department as soon as you arrive? Minister Jamuzi's cultivation is quite good, he frowned and didn't speak. Qianshi Qingchun couldn't help it anymore. Apart from his somewhat arrogant personality, he was also very convinced of the minister's leadership. Faced with such provocative remarks, how could he hold on? Take the lead in standing out. Does this student mean to serve as the head of our Shanblo High School? In an instant, he nodded gently and said, "This student's understanding is very correct." Ha ha ha. Qianchi's face wore a cynical smile. I don't know what kind of confidence my classmate had to say such things in an instant. Is it because he was studying tennis abroad and felt too good about himself, or because he was his grandson? Listening to Qianshi Jinli Cangzhen's words, he didn't get angry for an instant. Before coming, I had a brief understanding of everyone's information. Ji Muji and Oshang Hejiang, two seniors, have excellent academic performance and are now in a critical period of further education. The old man also mentioned to me that their aspirations are not in tennis. After reaching high school, they will focus all their energy on their studies, right? Jimu Ji and Oshang Hejiang nodded and managed the tennis club, which invisibly dispersed a lot of their learning energy. In addition, the personalities of the two predecessors are relatively gentle and not strong enough. To dominate the country, relying solely on gentleness is not enough, and I can supplement the lack of rigidity here. I will give you the refinement of blood and fire, so that Shanchong can be reborn. Of course, the most important thing in tennis is that the strong are the king. Because I am strong enough, I am your leader. Qianshi was in the midst of his youthful vigor, and upon hearing this, he immediately reached the bottom of his argument. How strong are you, my classmate? I have seen the strength of your mouth. I know you are an elite player from abroad, but don't underestimate our outstanding players at Neon. Shaking his head in an instant, he sighed and said, the frog at the bottom of the well must act like a leading bird. Anyway, standing tall is essential. You are Qingchun's classmate. Since you have taken the lead and spoken everyone's heart, let's start practicing from you. Of course, anyone who is not convinced can come and give it a try. Now. Forget it, your right arm is still injured, I don't want to take advantage of someone's situation. Oh, this little injury is not a problem. Is it okay? Are you a left-handed person? No, I prefer my right hand. Upon hearing this, Qianshi said, are you accustomed to using your right hand? Are you still using your left hand to fight me? There should be a limit to looking down on people. Yeah, although I don't use it often, my left hand is enough to deal with you. If you're not confident, I can tie the racket to my leg and hit you with my foot. Qianchi's temple's veins burst with anger and he said, okay. Then come on. Let me learn and appreciate the football skills of foreign elites. Throughout the journey, my companion watched with a smile on his face, without any intention of intervention. Ji approached and asked, companion, look at this. Old companion waved his hand and said, don't worry, just watch quietly. Old man, you have the remote control, please adjust it to the highest gear. Companion nodded and took out the remote control, adjusting it from second gear to the highest gear. In an instant, his figure suddenly stumbled. Is the highest pulse pressure so satisfying? If it weren't for a battle with uncle and a breakthrough in my own strength, I wouldn't be able to adapt to this level of pressure for a while. Hejiang's eyes were sharp at the end, and as his companion took out the remote control, he saw the number markings on different levels. 100 kilograms. 200 kilograms. 300 kilograms. What is this? It's definitely not a load, is it? In a moment of doubt, he whispered to his companion, brother, is this a load-bearing remote control? My companion raised his finger, hissed at the edge of his mouth, nodded, and whispered. In an instant, he was wearing a high-tech pulse training suit that could simulate muscle stimulation up to 300 kilograms of weight. Hejiang swallowed a mouthful of water at the end. Oh my goodness, 300 kilograms. If I were to switch to myself, it would be extremely difficult to carry a weight of 300 or 30 kilograms, wouldn't it? Are foreign elites all monsters? On the other hand, Yoshiaki took the initiative to serve as a referee, while Chikushi and Watanabe warmed up on both sides of the field. What's different is that Qianchi's warmed-up movements are very serious. He didn't miss a single movement, such as pressing his legs, stretching his tendons, and moving his wrists and ankles. It can be seen that he really held his breath and wanted to teach him a lesson in an instant. And for an instant, he was lazy, shaking his arms and taking a walk, showing little concern for warming up. Ji thought to himself. My grandson, who has been studying tennis abroad for years and receiving top-notch elite education, is very impressive. Judging from his confident demeanor, his strength should be above 1,000 stones. But Qianchi's tennis level is also very clear to himself. In terms of singles skills, he has surpassed his own minister, but there are still some shortcomings in strength and endurance. So, for foreign elites, if you face Qianchi with such a careless attitude, even if you can win, you will definitely be disheartened. After 15 minutes, both sides finished warming up. Qianchi no longer laughed as before, but approached seriously and asked, guess first. In an instant, he waved his hand and said, don't bother, you serve first. Qianchi didn't hesitate to say, okay, then let me go first. Ha! You may be arrogant. From this ball on, I'm going to surprise you. From the referee's position, Kiyoshi Yashiki ordered, Matsuda Chana vs Kiyoshi Kayamori, let's start the game. Qianchi patted the tennis ball a few times, brewing a good feeling and throwing it high. Nankantaro widened his eyes and said, Qianchi, did you actually use the ultimate move, Tiger Roar, from the beginning? This move can be considered a killer move of 1,000 stones. In the tennis department, only the head and deputy heads can proceed, and others cannot even touch the ball. Throw the ball to the highest point and apply strong potential energy to the ball at the highest point with good bounce force. Although it's just a simple spike serve, both strength and speed cannot be underestimated. Qianshi shouted angrily in the air, "Tiger roar." The tennis ball flew precisely towards the dead corner of the receiving area on the right-hand side at that moment. Shaking his head in an instant, he said, "Brilliant but not practical." He was just a simple sideways move, effortlessly swinging the racket and returning the seemingly powerful and heavy serve with ease. Before Qianshi could land, this ball flew out from under him. The mountain blew and everyone was stunned on the spot. Qianshi's ultimate move was so simple that he was counterattacked. Have you ignored such a heavy force and such a fast speed? Especially on the referee's bench, Jimu Ji trained with Kikuchi, but he made 2 trial-and-error innings. He waited for Kikushi's strength to decline before successfully counterattacking Tiger Roar. After being stunned for a while, the score was announced. 15.0. Qianshi's face changed dramatically. Originally, he wanted to use his proud move to take the lead, but was casually portrayed by the other side as a threat. In an instant, he yawned and commented, "Playing tennis is not like jumping high. What do you do when jumping so high? You don't even have any space to catch and buffer the ball for yourself." This kind of serve, as long as the opponent successfully hits back, is a stable loss of points, no different from giving away points. Qianshi gritted his teeth. No, it must be because the angle of the serve just now was too simple and the force was not fully utilized. This time, not only did I use all my strength, but I also added a side spin. I'll see how you handle it. The second serve, Qianshi still stubbornly chose Tiger Roar. I really can't learn well. This ball has a certain degree of curved lateral movement, but still cannot escape a step in the blink of an eye. Just like the last ball, the tennis ball passed under him again before Qianshi landed. 30.0. You can continue to give points, which can also save me a lot of time. Qianshi's face turned pale and uncertain, and he finally accepted the reality of the third ball and changed to a high-pressure serve. The first 2 goals were lost, causing Qianshi to still be in a daze. This ball was clearly served a bit soft, appearing to be cramped. In an instant, leisurely strolling in the courtyard, effortlessly counterattacking. As he thought, being idle is also being idle. Why don't you try Uncle's strategy? What should we do first? Oh, by the way, first observe the areas of disharmony from the other person's footsteps, breathing, and swing. TSK, even if I don't use macro and micro control, I can still see a lot of flaws. Just being defeated by the ultimate move, does one's mood panic to this point? No wonder the potential is only at level C. Forget it, I'll still use evil play to train him. At this moment, the crowd in the appearance battle was completely silent. In an instant, there were just a few ordinary counterattacks, and for some reason, they easily took the initiative on the field. On one side of the field, he strolled around like an old man, swinging left and right. On the other side of the field, Qianshi was breathing rapidly, constantly running back and forth from side to side, struggling to save every ball that hit a dead end. Even if you don't understand tennis, you can still see the difference in strength between the two. It's like a strong man teasing a child. No, it's too passive. I need to make a move in advance. Qianshi thought this way. After barely saving the ball from the right side, he took a small step on the ground and prepared to run towards the midfield in advance. Watching Qianshi make an effort to run to the left, intending to make up for the emptiness, he shook his head and smiled, lightly hitting the tennis ball again to Qianshi's right. Turn the ball around. Although the ball was slow, Qianshi had already started to the left, and under inertia, he could not make a second response. Instead, he fell to the ground in a disheveled manner due to his disorganized footsteps. 40.0, with just one ball, and still 1,000 stones of serve, he breathed quickly, sweated profusely, and expended a lot of energy. He got up and gritted his teeth to serve again. With each swing, Qianshi let out a roar, as if it could make the tennis ball full of power. After 2 round trips, Qianshi started running back and forth on the field again. After 8 rounds, Qianshi couldn't shout anymore and could only save energy to barely catch the ball. My companion looked at the dark spiritual aura on his body at that moment and secretly felt the cruelty of this tennis style. Evil play, one of the spiritual traits of an instant, provides psychological hints to the opponent in various ways, invisibly constantly tormenting their soul until their inner collapse. It can be said that in the moment dominated by evil scenes, his tennis style is extremely cruel. The remarks made before the war aroused Qianshi's anger, causing him to gradually lose his sanity. The ultimate move to easily break through Qianshi, mercilessly pointing out its shortcomings and belittling it as worthless, is to undermine Qianshi's confidence. The easy suppression of the tug-of-war, like walking a dog, teases Qianshi back and forth, inflicting both physical and mental torment on Qianshi. Finally, it is necessary to strike head-on at the proudest point of Qianshi, becoming the last straw to crush the camel. On the field, the last goal of the first game was played around 40 or 50 times. Qianshi's legs are like pouring lead, and he can't run anymore. A special spiritual aura flashed through Qianshi's body. In the moment across from him, he accurately captured this aura, his eyes bright and introverted. I see, that's what the information mentions. This ball unexpectedly hit the net strangely and luckily turned into a hanging short in front of the net. Off the field, Dongfang Yame couldn't help but shout, "Here we are, a lucky hit from Qianshi." Hearing the sound of the ball rubbing against the net, Qianshi's eyes were filled with hope. In the past, during wartime, this kind of luck often accompanied him and helped him turn danger into safety at critical moments. I can take this point now. But when he looked up, his eyes were filled with despair. Because in an instant, he seemed to have already grasped the opportunity and walked smoothly to the front of the net. The racket casually reached over and gently bounced the fallen tennis ball to the opposite side. The tennis ball rolled slowly in front of the fallen Qianshi. Will you put the comeback on illusory luck? Why don't you make a wish and let the heavens strike me with lightning, so that you can win without a fight? Game, Bantian Shana wins this game, 1.0, Qianshi stood up, his eyes filled with confusion. Is my luck useless? In an instant, I looked at Qianshi's mental state and it had reached the brink of collapse. So, whether it's a rebirth or a sinking, it depends on your nature. Forget it, I'm tired of playing. Suddenly, the gaze became incredibly indifferent. I heard that Qianshi's dynamic vision is good. So, give my serve a try. A hint of panic flashed in Qianshi's eyes and he said, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, the first ball needs to pass through your right ear." Brush. A ray of light flashed by, and Qianshi vaguely felt a sharp pain in his right ear. Something flew past his face. The audience outside the field were all dumbfounded. Did you serve just now? At such a fast speed, I can't even see the shadow of the ball. As a referee, Tomoki Yashiki did not report any points for a long time. Seeing the situation, the companion stood up and said, "Valid within the boundary, 15.0. The second ball needs to pass over your left knee." Another ray of light flashed by, and Qianshi could only barely see the shadow of the ball. His left knee suddenly felt like it was on fire. 30.0, the third ball needs to pass through your nose. The next moment, a gust of wind blew past Qianshi's eyes, and he instinctively closed his eyes, only feeling a hot and painful sensation at the tip of his nose. 40.0, the fourth ball is to fly your racket. The light flashed, and Peng let out a sound. The racket in Qianshi's hand rose up, and he covered his numb right hand, staring blankly at the racket that had fallen to the side. Someone on the sidelines had already taken out a speedometer and exclaimed in shock, "The serving speed, 203 km per hour, has exceeded the fastest serving record in junior high school." At this point, the companion announced the score. Game, win this game in an instant, 2.0. Qianshi knelt down on the ground with a hollow expression in his eyes, saying, I can't win, I can't win. You're just too strong. In an instant, he stepped forward and looked down at Qianshi, his eyes full of ridicule and cruelty. Next, I have more interesting ways to treat you, we can play slowly. When Qianshi's eyes were filled with fear, his tone suddenly became gentle and coaxed, if you can't bear it, then quit the tennis club. With such good luck, you can go home and buy lottery tickets. Winning 2 first prizes will make you worry about food and drink for a lifetime. Why endure insults here? Upon hearing this, Qianshi's body trembled uncontrollably, and his lips hummed uncontrollably, as if there was something stuck in his throat. If you don't leave, pick up the racket. Serve quickly. Don't waste my time. Qianshi's eyes were filled with a battle between heaven and man, and a few minutes later, he chose to pick up the racket. Standing helplessly across from the moment like a little white rabbit. In an instant, he shouted angrily, serve me. Qianshi shuddered suddenly and barely hit the ball, his strength so weak that the tennis ball almost missed the net. In an instant, he hit the ball towards the opposite left and right courts while commanding, what are you doing in a daze? Run for me. Qianshi bit his lips tightly, his mind now empty, and he could only subconsciously look at the incoming ball, running left and right as before. Jimuzi couldn't bear to watch any more and turned to his companion, saying, brother, stop shouting. Qianshi has reached his limit. If this continues, he will collapse. The companion shook his head firmly and said, keep looking. At this moment, everyone realized that the swing seemed fierce and merciless, but there was room for every ball, no different from feeding it. But Qianshi on the field could no longer notice these situations, he could only run and catch the ball like a set machine. A hint of sourness came to his mind. When he was in elementary school, he made a remarkable breakthrough in the youth selection competition and became a tennis genius praised by adults. But after that, I immersed myself in this ethereal vanity. Appreciating the love letters given to him by the beautiful female student, secretly dating a bunch of girlfriends and enjoying a romantic life. When did I start handling training? When did I forget my original intention of playing tennis? If I could work hard and not waste my precious time. Would it be better to play today? The last ball fell and Qianshi collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Game, Bantian 1 6.0, in an instant, he walked up to Qianshi and once again looked down at him from a high position. How, have you made a good decision? Please don't drive me away. I want to stay in the tennis department. I like playing tennis. I want to become stronger. Qianshi shouted at the top of his lungs, as if trying to squeeze all his strength out of his body. In an instant, he smiled and said, great, I will train you well. With the determination to die, climb up. Qianshi, who was already exhausted and unable to move, was lifted down. In an instant, he looked at the crowd gently and said, does anyone else want to give it a try? Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment no one dared to answer. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Guidance. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 8, Guidance the night before heading to Shanblo Middle School. In an instant, Grandpa has something to discuss with you. Grandpa, please tell me what's going on. It's about the purity of Qianshi. Qianshi Qingchun. Oh, is that the student with potential level C on the list? That's right, actually, he wasn't on the list at the beginning. I asked Sanchuan to add him. Although this child has some potential, he hasn't reached the level of stunning talent yet. Moreover, his mentality has developed a serious problem, becoming too arrogant and frivolous. Therefore, the investigators sent by Sanchuan believed that Qianshi's cultivation value is not high. However, Grandpa doesn't want him to waste his talent, so. It's okay, Grandpa. People are not sages, and having selfishness is inevitable. What does Grandpa want me to do? I hope you can give him a powerful medicine, using your evil play. Time returns to this moment. Faced with the momentary invitation, everyone in the mountain-blowing tennis department lowered their heads, like children who had not mastered their knowledge and were avoiding the class teacher's roll call. Seeing everyone's frightened and trembling expression, he immediately smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Qianchi's situation is different from yours, so I treated him special. Next, we will just try the ball briefly to find the problem with you. I will concentrate and not be too aggressive." Jimuzi sighed and stood up. "I'll come, after all, if you want to compete for the position of minister, you will eventually have to fight me." Shaking his head in an instant, he said, "Senior, there's something I think it's better to clarify. I'm not necessarily in the position of minister. If you have confidence and can manage the tennis department well while also taking care of your studies, then I have no objection to continuing to serve as minister. However, your training plan should be completely led by me. After all, you have too many problems playing football and your training methods are too outdated." Jimuzi looked at the sincere look in his eyes and nodded, "I understand. Then I'll go warm up first." In an instant, looking back at Oshang Hejiang and Shindu Mi Daoji, he said, "Oshang Senior, Shindu Mi Daoji, you two should also warm up together. Shindu Mi Daoji and I will team up and let's try doubles." "Doubles? Of course, Senior Jimu, you specialize in doubles, so of course we need to find loopholes in this area. If we practice singles with you, even if we find any problems, it will be unnecessary." After a moment's thought, Jimu Ji agreed with the momentary view and cooperated with Oshang Hejiang to warm up. Shindu Mi Daoji was very nervous and said, "You and I have never cooperated before. I'm worried. Why don't we find Dongfang Yame and Nanjian Taro?" In an instant, he patted his shoulder and said, "You need to have confidence. My partner said you have quite good double skills. After a while, just follow your intuition to play, and I will put pressure on you." Not long after, two pairs of doubles bowed to each other on both sides of the court, with Yuji Oda serving as the referee. Yoshimoto Chichi, Oita Hejiang combination vs Banda Shana, Shinto Michikawa Inaki combination, 1-game winner. Yoshimoto Chichi, Oita Hejiang serve, start. The doubles and singles of tennis are completely different. In a combination, even if one person has exceptional abilities, if the other person lacks them, they will still fall behind. With the tacit understanding between Jimu Ji and Oshang Hejiang, we naturally bypass the moment and look for the weakness of Shindu Mi Daoji. Faced with the joint pincer attack of Jimu Ji and Oshang Hejiang, the mentally unprepared Shinto Michiyoshi was in a hurry and conceded consecutive goals. Game, Tomoki Yoshimoto, the tail-up Hejiang combination wins this game, 1.0, in the blink of an eye, they lost a game with Shinto Misaki. Bien fought again, and the serving game of Shinto Michiyoshi, like the first game, continued to receive the dual care of the two seniors. But this time, he actually stabilized his emotions, didn't lose points too quickly, and even managed to go back and forth several times at once. In an instant, he leisurely watched the play on the side and stimulated the spirit of macro-micro control, observing the details of the other three players on the field. Jimuzi, the tail reaches the Hejiang River. The foundation of the two senior students is polished fairly well, and their tennis style is average. Although they cannot find any bright spots in front of them, they have not deviated from the framework of traditional tennis playing. Both of them are endurance athletes, with Jimuzi's spiritual traits being cautious and Hejiang's spiritual traits being sharp. Jimuzi is skilled in backcourt pulling, while Hejiang at the tail is skilled in dunks and frontcourt interceptions. So, in the early stages of their collaboration, Oishima Kajikatsu assisted Yoshimoto in controlling the field and attempting to capture the fighter jet. In the later stages, Yoshimoto assisted Oishima Kajikatsu in scoring points. As for Shindu Mi Daoji, his basic skills are slightly inferior. However, he is a competitive player with a spirit of adaptability. Faced with the opponent's siege, he chose to use a lob and wanted to bypass the interceptions from the front and rear of Hejiang to play a 1v1 match against Jimuzi in the backcourt. Unfortunately, the ball's sense was off, and the high ball either gave a chance for the tail-up Hejiang spike, or it would lift the baseline. Judging from the performance of Shindumi Daoji, it seems that there is nothing more that can force the two senior students to do. Anyway, in the next round, I'll give it a little more effort. Game, Tomoki Yashiki, the tail-up Hejiang combination wins this game, 2.0, Shindumi Daoji gasped for breath and apologized to the moment, sorry, I was targeted by two seniors. In an instant, he comforted and said, it's okay. In the next round of serving, all you need to do is receive the serve well. After that, all the counterattack work will be handed over to me. However, I want you to do a good job in running, can you? Shindumi Daoji nodded solemnly and said, leave it to me. In the third inning, Hejiang serves at the end, with Shinto Michiyoshi receiving the serve first. This time, in an instant, it changed the norm and significantly increased the running range. During this period, Shinda Mitaji became a supporting role, but he actively moved, and every ball arrived at the right place. In an instant, he observed Shindumi Daoji with his spare light, nodded to himself, and increased the strength of his counterattack. Jimuji and Oshang Hejiang's pressure suddenly increased, as each ball's return was aimed at their most uncomfortable area in an instant. If you want to intercept in front of the net, the tennis ball will aim at their feet. If you want to pull in the backcourt, tennis balls will be filled with side spins to increase their running range. Jimuji couldn't help but marvel at the power of an instant, as their combination could be firmly suppressed by the power of one person alone. Moreover, during the warm-up, Oshang Hejiang revealed to Jimuzi about wearing a weight-bearing training suit in an instant. Jimuji did understand why he had the confidence to guide them in an instant. Game 2.1, Game 2.2, return to a tie on the field. The next game is my serve, let's use the Australian formation, let's turn around and turn the tide in one fell swoop, Yashiki Chichinaga said in a low voice. Oshang Hejiang nodded and said, well, he has a load of 300 kilograms on his body. If even the Australian formation can handle it easily, let's just give up. The Australian formation, also known as the Australian formation. It is one of the most widely spread and practical tactics in tennis doubles. In doubles, the server will stand near the midpoint of the backcourt, while the partner will stand in front of the same side net, and the two will approach in a straight line. This formation can disrupt the opponent's habit of returning diagonal shots and force them to return the ball according to their own thinking. Although this formation has been passed down for a long time, most doubles combinations can only perform superficial skills and cannot fully utilize its essence. Because the coordination between the front and back players and the difference in serving angles can lead to different changes in the details of the formation. Therefore, using the Australian formation, doubles players require high basic skills and extremely coordinated abilities. Jimuji and Oshang Hejiang have been playing doubles for 3 years, during which they have practiced the Australian formation countless times. They believe that they are very proficient in adapting this tactic. In an instant, squinting his eyes and laughing, he said, oh, is the Australian formation interesting? The key to applying this formation lies in the pressure and hints it brings, the ability to grasp the aircraft in the front field, the judgment of landing points in the back field, the speed of transposition in the front and back fields, and the timing of changes between defense and attack. I wonder how many of these 5 flavors have the two seniors mastered. Jimuji's heart is full of alarm bells, not only in singles skills, but also in doubles. Is he so familiar with doubles? Thinking to himself, his subordinates did not relax at all. As one of the top doubles duos in the current Neon country, the confidence accumulated by Jimuji and Oshang Hejiang over the long term will naturally not be destroyed by simple words in an instant. And in an instant it was easy to counterattack while making comments. The opening position was good, and the pressure was very high. The running speed needs to be even faster. The Australian formation is not a dead formation, so there is no need to rigidly maintain stance spacing. The transition speed from defense to attack is too slow. In just a few words, Yoshiaki realized helplessly that even with the use of the Australian formation strategy, the gap between the two sides did not narrow, but rather further widened. I didn't realize in the past that there were so many shortcomings in my understanding of the Australian formation. In fact, at that moment, the flaws in the formation were pointed out from a more professional perspective. With the current level of Neon Junior High School's doubles, Jimu Ji and Oshang Hejiang are already at the top level in the country. At least the vulnerabilities pointed out earlier cannot be detected by doubles teams from other schools. Even if discovered, it is difficult to effectively utilize it. Finally, it's the biggest problem for the two seniors. As he spoke, he scored a curveball in an instant, bypassing the defense of Hejiang at the front and back of the field, and hitting an empty spot. Located in the backcourt, Jiki instinctively stepped forward to receive the ball, while Hejiang rushed from the front court to the back to make up for it. Although it was just a routine substitution, the situation on the field took a sharp turn for the worse. Because Hejiang was targeted and restrained in the backcourt in an instant, while Tomoki Yashiki was dazed in the front court. Throughout history, due to his excellent overall perspective, Jimu Ji is usually responsible for overseeing the overall situation in the backcourt when applying the Australian formation, judging the ball's landing point, and making reasonable adjustments to the formation. And the ability to catch fighter jets at the tail of Hejiang is excellent, and he is responsible for seizing opportunities in the front field. But switching between the two immediately made me feel cramped. The coordination work of Hejiang at the end of the backcourt was not done well, while Jimu Ji's missed many good opportunities in the front court due to hesitation. Game 2.3, Bantian Shana and Shindo Mizuki win this game. Game 2.4, Bantian Chana and Shindo Mizuki win this game. Game, Bantian Chana and Shinto Michiyoshi victory, with a score of 2.6, Ji Muji and Oshang Hejiang were sweating profusely, and slowly regained their breath by holding their knees with their hands. In an instant, there was a slight sweating, and the breath remained very steady. The two seniors have discovered the problem. Although the Australian formation is powerful, it is easy to encounter problems during the process of switching between the front and back fields. Senior Jimu needs to strengthen his scoring ability in the front field, while the senior at the end needs to strengthen his overall perspective. Jimu and Gigi were convinced and bowed half in an instant, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Nodding in an instant, he continued to comment on Shindumi Daoji, "Your running awareness is very good, but your judgment is mostly based on your own intuition, and sometimes it is easy to be influenced by the hints given by the opponent. Therefore, in doubles, you also need to learn to think rationally about the situation. In addition, your foundation is too weak, and in the next stage, you should focus on improving your reaction ability, endurance, speed, and hitting accuracy." Yes, thank you for your guidance. Afterwards, the doubles duo of Yame Dongfang and Kentaro Nana came on stage, and their time in doubles was still short. Although the level of tacit understanding is not low, there is still no research on the secret code playing method known as the potato hero. In an instant, he teamed up with an ordinary member and easily won with a score of 6.0. For this scene, I didn't make many comments for a moment, but only instructed the two to spend more time together and improve their understanding. At the same time, Oriental Yame needs to practice the power style of the bottom line more, while Nankantaro needs to train more in reading the situation. Their spiritual traits are both tacit and they are naturally suitable for doubles. In terms of style, Oriental Yame belongs to the bottom line attacking player, while Nanjian Taro is a rare frontcourt spectator. Due to the vast field of vision in the backcourt, the majority of players have a broad perspective on the overall situation. But Nankantaro's perspective rotation speed and reaction speed are both very fast, and he can also observe the situation well in the front field. The last two singles in the second year of junior high school can be easily passed, with 2-6-0 matches and a total time of no more than 20 minutes. These two really have some dishes, not even prominent spiritual traits. Although I train very hard and work hard, my talent is too poor, and I have a lot of problems when playing basketball. In an instant, when Yen suggested that the two of them consolidate their foundation and spend more effort on moving forward. In this way, just over 2 hours before and after, in an instant, all the main candidates of Shanchong Middle School underwent a baptism. After giving the final suggestion, Jimuzi stepped forward and handed the armband representing the minister to the moment. I am convinced of your strength, and your advice to us is also very relevant. I have just explained it to my senior colleague, Ugo. Starting today, you will be the head of Yamagata. Ugo will also step down and hand over the deputy head to Nankantaro. In the future, apart from the training arrangements of the tennis department, Ugo and I will focus all our energy on our studies. I hope you can lead Yamagata to win the championship on the national stage. In an instant, he took the armband and shook hands with Jimuji, saying, "Don't worry, senior. In the year when the two seniors graduate, I will lead Shanchong to dominate the country and leave beautiful memories for them." Facing all the members of the mountain-blowing tennis department, he immediately raised his armband high and shouted loudly, "We want to dominate the country. Dominate the whole country." Everyone cheered and applauded warmly, drawing the curtain on the peaceful handover between the old minister and the new minister. Let's give a preview in advance. These chapters are all focused on laying the groundwork and transitioning. In Chapter 10, the first male supporting role Yakutsunen will appear, and in Chapter 13, the Tokyo Metropolitan Competition will begin, which will gradually reach its climax. I hope to write a unique book about Internet King fans, not only full of imagination, but also to give everyone a thrilling tennis match. I will also put in effort in training, growth, and daily life, hoping that these ordinary plots can also bring a memorable feeling to everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Qianshi Qingchun's Road to the Future. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 9, Qianshi Qingchun's Road to the Future. After the reform of the Shanchong Tennis Department, Qianshi Qingchun didn't come for 2 days. He took a leave of absence from his companion and wanted to deal with personal emotional issues and explain his past life. There are many rumors and gossip outside the tennis department, nothing more than Qianshi being beaten to death and expelled by the new minister. But these rumors did not stir up any waves within the tennis department. On the one hand, friends of Chikushi such as Nankantaro and Oriental Yame all understand the main purpose of Chikushi's leave these days. On the other hand, in just 2 days, Bantian Shana has established a good network and prestige in the tennis department with its unique charm and affinity. Every member of the department is tirelessly pointing out their shortcomings and providing reasonable suggestions for their next stage of training. In just 2 days, everyone significantly noticed their progress, and there was a feeling of loosening past bottlenecks. On the 3rd day, Qianshi reported on time. Still with a cheerful and heartless expression, he warmly greeted everyone in the tennis department. But he had a fresh slap on his face, and I don't know which girls slapped him hard. Regarding this point, no one pities him, including his good friend Nankantaro and others. Who made Qianshi date 5 girlfriends at the same time, even flirt with 7 girls, and be beaten to disability is not unjustified. Dongfang Yame asked him curiously, "You don't have to break ties with all the girls. Just leave what you really like, okay?" Qianshi Qingchun felt embarrassed and said, "Well, I actually meet all the girls on stage." Dongfang Yame sneered and said, "Pooh, you're despicable. You deserve to be beaten." Qianshi Qingchun clasped his palms together and said, "I'm reflecting now." To put it simply, everyone can truly feel that Qianshi's essence and spirit have undergone a transformation. In the past, during the daily training of the tennis department, Qianshi always held an attitude of getting things done. Although he did not slack off, it was common for him to slip and lose focus. But during today's training, Qianshi was truly immersed in it. His temperament is no longer frivolous, but has added a touch of stability and firmness. After completing the training that day and disbanding, Qianshi smiled and found the moment. "Minister, I'm here to make up for the missed classes." In an instant, he exclaimed curiously, "Making up for classes? What is this saying?" "A few days ago, I took a leave to deal with personal matters. The entire tennis department, I was the only one who didn't receive any guidance from the minister. Actually, your targeted training is not in a hurry yet." Speaking of which, Qingchun, who had a disappointed expression on his face, couldn't help but smile and say, "All right, it seems that if I don't give you the bottom line, you might not even be able to sleep well. Anyway, I'll give you some extra training today. There shouldn't be any problem at home." Qianshi smiled and said, "No problem, I will call and let you know." Outside the training ground, in the bushes, Yume Higashi, Kentaro Nanami, and Misaki Shinto were peeping and whispering inside. "Dongfang Yume. I just saw Qianshi go find the minister." "Nankentaro. They won't fight, will they?" "How could that be? Chikushi is not a violent person." "Jimuji. Do you mean that the minister is very violent?" Shindu Midaoji said, "I didn't say that." "Wow, senior, why are you here too? Also, Senior Oshang." On the tail, Hejiang said, "Shu, keep it quiet, don't make so much noise. I came over to see what's going on because I saw you guys sneaking around." In the training ground, my ears moved in an instant and I shook my head helplessly. I picked up my racket and tennis ball from the side with ease. "Before guiding you, let's call them in and listen together." Qianshi puzzled and said, "They." In an instant, a high lob was casually aimed at the distant grass outside the field. "Wow." Shindu Midaoji rubbed his head and stood up from the grass. Hejiang chuckled at the end and said, "Just say your voice is too loud, you've been heard." In an instant, he shouted, "All right, all of you come in." Everyone approached with embarrassment. Sitting on the ground in an instant, a group of curious babies also formed a row. "Well, where do we start? Let me ask you a question first. What do you think are the basic conditions for becoming a tennis powerhouse?" "Jimuji. A solid foundation. A resilient will. Qingchun. Rich ball skills. Dongfang Yume. Powerful power and speed. Nankentaro. A keen observational ability." Shindu Midaoji said, I think so too. In Neon, tennis players are generally divided into 4 levels. School level, regional level, national level, and world. Class. If you can make achievements in a certain aspect of these traits, you can become a regional level expert. If you can master all of these traits and reach the level of perfection, you can become a national level expert. In my opinion, when it comes to singles, most of you are only at the school level, with 2 senior students and Qianshi barely reaching the regional level. Oh, that's the Kanto level. In doubles, everyone can form a certain degree of complementarity, so it can reach a national level. If you want to become stronger, there is actually no shortcut. First, you need to start from the 4 dimensions of strength, speed, skills, and endurance, constantly improving your foundation, so that you are qualified to seek national or even world. Class strength. So, in these days, I have asked everyone to engage in targeted training to make up for their own shortcomings. Qianshi curiously said, "Minister, you just mentioned world. Class. Can you tell us about it?" In an instant, he nodded and said, "From national level to world. Class level, it is necessary to expand the 4 dimensions to 5 dimensions and strengthen one's spiritual power. In the past, the understanding of spirit was relatively vague, usually understood as willpower or perseverance. However, current research has endowed the mind with more mature concepts. I don't know, have you ever heard of the term mental trait?" Qingchun, Dongfang Yume and other first-year students all shook their heads. Jimu, a junior in junior high school, pondered, "I've seen news reports before. This is the research result of Federer, who was once the world's #1 men's singles. That's right, the so-called spiritual traits are actually the most essential personality tendencies of a person. For example, the prudence of Senior Jimu, the sensitivity of Senior Oshang, and the sense of harmony between the South and the East. And spiritual traits can be divided into 5 categories. Hints that exert certain psychological influence on oneself or others. Insights focused on observing and collecting external information. Ability to assist in enhancing one's overall level. Focusing on field control and suppression. And special categories that others cannot deprive or replicate. Among them, tennis players with ability-based mental traits are probably the most. If we break it down, it can also be divided into perceptual ability, motor ability, intelligence analysis ability, and so on. I won't go into detail. If you can understand your own spiritual traits and hone your unique tennis style around them, and once this style is polished to perfection, forming a unique system, you can officially step into the world-class Dorji Muji thought, my prudence and sensitivity towards the tail should belong to the spiritual traits of ability. In an instant, he shook his finger and said, to be honest, everyone's spiritual traits are still far from mature enough. The true spiritual traits should be able to make a qualitative change in their tennis skills. And everyone's spiritual traits are just about allowing themselves to play in the most comfortable way subconsciously. For example, can the prudence of Senior Jimu truly achieve strategy and action? Will hesitation lead to missed opportunities? Can the sensitivity of the senior on the tail ensure that I can accurately grasp every opportunity? But Qianshi is different from you. His spiritual trait is luck, which is a special type of spiritual trait that others cannot deprive or replicate. This also means that his training method cannot adopt a conventional path. Dongfang Yeme was puzzled and said, "Lucky, does this spiritual trait still exist? Isn't this a term used to describe good luck in a person? For example, if you shoot with your eyes closed in the midfield position of the basketball court, 1 out of 10 balls may be won, which is called luck. But if you let Qianshi throw it, 5 out of 10 balls may be won, which cannot be described solely as luck." In the training match between Qianshi and me, when Qianshi suddenly hit a touch tennis ball, please remember carefully. Does he often play similar balls? Nankantaro. Minister, what you said is indeed true. Qianshi's luck can instantly improve his overall ability, allowing his perception and ball control to reach their peak and make the right decisions subconsciously. However, in my opinion, his luck has not yet matured and can only be triggered when encountering desperate situations, with a low frequency. Jimu Ji suddenly realized, so, the minister's intention is to use special methods to polish Qianshi's luck into a normal state. In an instant, he snapped his finger and said, "That's right, this can make the upper limit of Qianshi blurry and make some magical performances on the field." After saying so much, do you still have any questions? I have a question to ask, can each person only have one spiritual trait? No, there can be many types. Can spiritual traits be cultivated in later life? Sure, but it must have a certain degree of compatibility with oneself. For example, if a person with an easily impulsive personality wants to cultivate their stable and steady spiritual traits, it will be difficult to achieve success. This kind of cultivation is an unrealistic choice, as it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. How many spiritual traits does a minister have? As for me, I have 5 types of spiritual traits, each with 1. However, only 3 have been polished and matured, and 2 are still in the exploratory stage. When fighting against Qianshi, I use suggestive spiritual traits called evil play, which can destroy the hearts of others and help them be reborn from the ashes. Of course, you have already seen the effect. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and the previous scene was still vivid and impressive. Qianshi asked, "So, minister, how can I integrate luck into my tennis?" As I mentioned before, your tennis training path is different from others. Others need to start from the bottom up, starting with a simple foundation and gradually learning high-difficulty tennis skills. You need to move forward from both directions, not only polishing your four-dimensional skills, but also getting in touch with high-end tennis as soon as possible. The probability of others being proficient in using these high-end skills is very low. If it were you, with the blessing of your luck, these skills would become powerful weapons unknown to you. Of course, there are prerequisites to this, and your tennis foundation must meet the standards. Otherwise, if your quality is insufficient to reach the level of using these skills, even with luck, you are powerless. However, Qianshi, you need to realize that your luck can be accumulated continuously. When you constantly trigger luck and apply advanced techniques time and time again, muscle memory will gradually form. So, your tennis will become more and more lucky, and your strength will also become stronger. After clarifying his tennis career, Qianshi was very excited. Minister, can we give it a try now? Trigger, luck, and I want to personally experience it. No problem, let's start with your reflexes. With your neural response, you can probably return a serve of around 200 km per hour at the fastest, which is your current limit. However, in normal times, you can only return a serve of around 185 km per hour. Next, let's try starting from the limit. I will continuously serve at 200 km per hour, and you need to try to mobilize luck to reach your current limit of reaction ability. Qianshi nodded and prepared on both sides of the tennis court in an instant. We're coming now. Shwa, the shadow of a tennis ball flashed past Qianshi, but Qianshi couldn't react at all. Concentrate. Shwa. 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 Several goals in a row, Qianshi couldn't touch them. But everyone clearly noticed that Qianshi's reaction speed gradually increased. Although unable to counterattack, his perspective can keep up with the ball's path and make swinging movements. Finally, after 20 goals, a sudden inspiration flashed in Qianshi's mind. Found it. He instinctively took a forehand and steadily pulled the tennis ball into the racket, successfully hitting back. Qianshi excitedly said, "That's the feeling, I caught it." In an instant, he smiled and said, "The same principle is that the speed ball is just one direction you need to challenge. In addition, there are more targeted training such as power balls, spin balls, and change balls. For example, if the opponent's ball is strong and heavy, how can you control your body reasonably, maximize your endurance, and successfully deal with the power ball? For example, the opponent's spin ball is constantly changing, successfully controlling the situation on the field. How can you reasonably play a counter spin ball, disrupt the opponent's main intention, and successfully regain the situation in the scene? For example, if the opponent hits a ball with complex trajectory changes, you won't be able to find the path to return the shot. How can you make accurate judgments, confirm the patterns of changes, and crack the opponent's moves? Qianshi, do not underestimate yourself, nor be arrogant and complacent. Your luck has strong plasticity and unknown potential, and there is still a long way ahead for you. In fact, I ordered a batch of specialized training equipment abroad, including fitness machines and serving machines, which will be delivered to the school in about a week. And in a few days, professional trainers will tailor training plans for you, and your future practice will gradually get back on track. Qianshi, your task is the heaviest. In addition to honing the foundation, one also needs to learn more tennis skills and theories. So, don't follow up carelessly and make up for the time you've wasted. Qianshi sincerely bowed to the moment and loudly replied, "Yes. Thank you for the minister's help." His face was filled with a lively aura. This book has been signed, everyone can read it with confidence and invest with confidence. Trailer. The day after tomorrow, Tsuru Yakuzu will appear. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Visiting the Father of Maguhu. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 10, Visiting the Father of Maguhu. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, another week has passed. The tennis department of Shanchong High School visited a muscular man with glasses. Accompanying the elderly with an instant of enthusiasm, he was warmly receiving him. "Kochang Zijian, welcome to come." Zijian shook hands with his companion and said, "Companion, and in a moment, I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long." Companion Lao squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Qianshi is too polite. Brother Sanchuan told me that your main job is still in U17. This part-time job is to provide some training guidance for our mountain blowing team, but it's still sacrificing your personal rest time. Oh hee, I'm sorry to bother you, but these are just a small gesture. At the beginning of each month in the future, I will come here to evaluate the data for my classmates and develop a reasonable training plan. However, I'll trouble you two to implement the supervision. I hope you don't mind." "No problem, thank you, Qianshi. By the way," and Shijian handed the package he was carrying to the moment. "This is the body refining formula allocated by the head coach of Sanchuan for you, with a total of 7 medicinal herbs." In an instant, he was puzzled and said, "The old man is so generous. Aren't the raw materials very scarce? I thought it would be good to use 3 or 4 portions." "It's like this, there has been a breakthrough in the cultivation technology of these medicinal herbs. Although the medicinal effects of the planted products are slightly lower and the quantity is not large, they are not so embarrassing anymore." Nodding in an instant, he handed the package to his companion and said, "Put it away first, Grandpa. Their spirit and willpower are not up to par yet, so it's too early to use this one now." And Shijian is a swift and decisive person. After arriving at Shanblo Middle School, he didn't have time to rest and raced against time to gather all the members of the tennis department, ready to start a physical assessment. During this week, Takahiro Ren purchased many specialized training equipment from abroad and gradually transported them to Shanblo Middle School. Among them, there are not only serving machines, but also evaluation instruments that evaluate the 5-dimensional attributes of strength, speed, endurance, technology, and spirit. Rao is Anshi, who has seen the world in U17. When he visited the tennis court in Shanblo and witnessed these professional equipment, it was also a great eye-opening. Due to the comprehensive functionality of these devices, they are not inferior to the hardware facilities of U17. Zijian is very satisfied. With the help of these devices, he does not need to use traditional sports evaluation methods and can greatly reduce evaluation time with the help of modern technology. In addition, he immediately informed Zijian of the daily training data collected during this period, as well as the characteristics of the selected members, as a reference for his evaluation. After all, there is a specialization in martial arts, and the physical fitness trainer who was specifically sent by Sanchuan to Shanblo Middle School has a much more vicious vision than in an instant. In an instant, it can only help the team members determine the general direction of training, while coach and Shijian can plan every training detail. For example, how many times to do a 50-meter round trip within 10 minutes, how many times to swing in daily life, and how many sets of load frog jumps, etc. Accurately targeting the weak points of each department member's body, in order to carry out extreme training appropriately and make up for their weaknesses in quality. As I watched the training at Shanchong Tennis Club gradually get back on track, I took a temporary leave of absence and left. I was responsible for managing and supervising as a companion. In an instant, "Are we going to visit Brother Maguhu?" In an instant, he nodded and said, "Grandpa, time waits for no one. Spiritual cultivation is a skill that wears through every drop of water and stone. By identifying problems early, we can avoid many detours. And now is the time to have plenty of free time. In just over a month, the big competition will begin, followed by the Kanto and national competitions, with limited buffer time reserved between each schedule. So, visiting early and resolving this issue can also avoid many problems." Mr. Ban nodded and said, "All right, let's go with peace of mind. Grandpa is here to handle the tennis department, so don't worry. Brother Maguhu is currently serving as a tennis department instructor at Liujiao Middle School, and his home should be in Yusher Town, where many people affectionately call him Dad. It shouldn't be difficult to find him." "Got it, I'm leaving, Grandpa." "Well, go early and return early." Stepping onto the beach in Yusher Town, I took a deep breath of fresh air in an instant. This place is very different from Okinawa. Not only is the climate not as hot, but it is more suitable for living, and there is not too much fishy smell. Seeing several piers playing in the water by the seaside, I walked over and asked in an instant. "Excuse me, may I ask where Mr. Maguhu's family lives?" The leader among the crowd was a white-haired boy who enthusiastically replied, "Classmate, are you looking for Grandpa? I'll take you to his house." On the way, in an instant, I met a few people while chatting. The white-haired boy is Sabokujiro, a first-year student at Six Corners High School, with fellow first-year students such as Shuhihiko and Haruhiro Kuryu by his side. Following them were two smaller ones, Tengen Mitsunari, who was still in 6th grade at Six Corners Elementary School, and Kuei Kentaro, who was in 5th grade. Several teenagers often play at the old man's house in Maguhu, receiving his tennis guidance. Sabokujiro was a talkative young man. When he heard that he came from Kanto in a moment, he asked him questions all the way. In an instant, "Classmate, do you recognize Er Zhou Zhu?" "I've seen it once, a nodding acquaintance." "Huh, I was a classmate of Er in elementary school and a good friend who grew up together. Next time I see him, please take good care of Er and his family." "No problem." In an instant, "Classmate, I saw you carrying a tennis racket on your back. You also love playing tennis, right?" "Yeah. How about we play a game later?" "Oh, this time I'm here to talk to Mr. Maguhu about some personal matters. If we're done with things and still have plenty of time, let's just practice briefly." Kuei Kentaro clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother, you must be careful." In an instant. "Zhuo is very skilled and the best tennis player among us." Oh, that's really exciting." Entering the door of the Maguhu household, several young people ran towards the courtyard with familiar cars, constantly shouting and screaming. "Grandpa, some guests are looking for you." In an instant, walking into the courtyard, what caught the eye was a bald little old man who was at least in his old age, short and hunched, holding a steaming teacup, kneeling on a cattail, and unaware whether he was sleeping or waking up. With such a weak and uncontrollable appearance, it can only be said that a person cannot be judged by appearance, as it is the master of this savage and strong man, Sanchuan Radao. Maguhu trembled and said, "You are Bantian Cha. That little fox's grandson. Sanchuan and I have talked about you." In an instant, he bowed respectfully and said, "Excuse me, sir. Currently, I have encountered some obstacles, and I hope you can give me some guidance. Come forward." "Young man." In an instant, he walked across from Maguhu and sat down cross-legged. Maguhu squinted his eyes and carefully scrutinized from head to toe for an instant, feeling a sense of surprise and uncertainty in his heart. Trembling again, he reached out his hand and pinched his arm and thigh for an instant. He also leaned his head forward, pressed it close to his chest, and listened to his heartbeat and breathing for a while. So. Excellent qualifications. Old age. Really rare in my life. Kuei Kentaro smiled on the side and said, "Grandpa, Uncle Zwa and Brother Cha-na have scheduled a tennis match. Would you like to be the referee later, Grandpa?" After a moment of silence, Maguhu pointed outside the door and said, "Go to the beach to play with the water. Everyone. When can we run 10 laps around Yusher town? And then fight him?" The teenagers looked at each other in confusion. Although Yusher town is not a populous county, its land area is not small. Not to mention 10 laps, it would be great if they could run around once. Zhuo was the first to react. What Grandpa meant is the strength of Bantian Shana at least 10 times higher than his own. Tell him not to embarrass himself. Is there such a big gap between people of the same age? But Grandpa's judgment has never been wrong. Maguhu issued an order to expel guests and said, "Let's all go out. I'll talk to Cha-na alone. Don't disturb me." "Okay, Grandpa." The boys collectively bowed and obediently walked out, carefully closing the door. As everyone walked away, Maguhu turned around and said to the moment, physically. I can't help you. Mentally. Maybe I can give some advice. Young man. Close your eyes. Relax your mind. Feel it carefully. Close your eyes in an instant, try to erase the complex thoughts from your mind, and empty your mind. Maguhu also closed his eyes, and a faint spiritual energy emanated from around him, gently touching the momentary spirit. Such complex spiritual traits. There's darkness. There's simplicity. There's sharpness. There's dominance. Speaking of which, Magu paused for a moment and said, there is another kind. I'm not quite sure about it. But fortunately, you didn't take the wrong path. In an instant, he opened his eyes and curiously asked, Old sir, what kind of detour? Please guide me through the maze. Maguhu took a sip of his tea and said, the body is a container for the spirit. Complex spiritual traits. Although they can generate powerful and ever-changing forces, they can also cause certain damage to the container. Just like a container carrying aqua regia. If the texture is not up to standard, it will be corroded by aqua regia. Fortunately, you are not addicted to the power of the spirit, but actively polishing your own physical foundation. I see. In fact, in an instant, there was already a faint idea in my heart. Looking back, it is his past life. In his previous life, he dominated the world of pirates and cultivated the devil fruit to an unprecedented level of conceptualization. But correspondingly, his vitality is also constantly losing. After all, I am eager to achieve it. In the world of pirates, there are many strong people who can cultivate the devil's fruit to awaken. Why does this problem arise solely on their own? Because other powerhouses not only cultivate fruits, but also have top-notch dominance. This also means that their physical fitness is top-notch, without any shortcomings. However, I excessively indulged in the power of fruit, and did not practice my armed and visible colors to a too advanced level. Overlord color is a natural endowment, not included. If we view the power of fruit as something similar to spiritual power, does it not correspond to Mr. Lau's container theory? If one's body cannot bear the strength of the fruit, they will naturally perish on their own. So, in this life, it's time to pick up the dominance again. Fortunately, both dominant cultivation methods are remembered in my heart. Maguhu chuckled and said, it seems. What have you figured out? Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lau. I have another heartfelt request from the student. I hope Mr. Lau can teach me the cultivation methods of spiritual power. Maguhu nodded and said, your spiritual power is very strong. It can be terrifying. But you can only use force to suppress others. The control of details is too rough. I will teach you meditation and subtle methods. I hope it can be helpful to you. 3 weeks later, a blond young man with a headscarf tied to his forehead stepped onto the beach in Yusha town. Watching Zhuo and others playing by the seaside, he walked up and asked, hey, little ghosts. Do you know? There's a person named Maguhu here. Zhuo and his companions smiled and replied, I know. Well, another one is here to find Grandpa. The blond youth frowned and said, another one. Zhuo nodded and said, well, our friend Bantian Shana is practicing at Grandpa Ma's place. If you want to find Grandpa, I'll take you there. The faces of the other boys turned a little pale in an instant, and Kuei Jian trembled even more. Zhuo glanced at the crowd and said helplessly, well, I'll take you there myself. Shu, Tianzhen, Heiyu, and Jiantaro, you can wait for me here. Okay. Uncle, please pay attention to your safety. Go and return quickly. Walking on the road, the blond youth asked Uncle, you looked very scared just now, why? Zhuo smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. Once we went to Grandpa's house to play, and as soon as we arrived at the doorstep, everyone suddenly fainted. Later, Grandpa instructed us not to go to his house recently. However, if there is a big brother with blonde hair asking for directions, bring him over. I think Grandpa is talking about you. While speaking, I had already seen the door of the Maguhu household. That's Grandpa's house, I can't get close to it. Big brother, you can go there by yourself, said Zhuo. From a distance the blonde youth nodded and said, thank you. As Zhuo ran away, he scrutinized the destination and sneered, let's see who's pretending to be mischievous. Quietly walking to the door, the blonde young man was about to reach out and knock when he suddenly froze in place. In the Maguhu household, there came a tremendous and indescribable mental pressure. This feeling is like a wild beast, gazing at the creatures outside with the gaze of a ruler in the cave. In the next moment, it seems like I will become a weak and helpless prey. The blonde young man gritted his teeth, straightened his spine, resisted his instincts, and unconsciously fell to the ground. Cold sweat soaked through the back in an instant. This immense mental pressure only enveloped a few breaths before disappearing invisibly. This terrifying feeling. No wonder those little ghosts. The old man's chuckling could be faintly heard inside the closed door. Not bad, not bad. I can flexibly control the external and internal movements so quickly. I'm not slow to comprehend. Since your spiritual power can already be freely retracted, then I don't have much to teach you. Thank you, mister, for your generous guidance. If you have time, you can visit our Shanblo Middle School as a guest. He. I will go to your grandfather to ask for a cup of tea to drink at the Kanto conference. Oh, it seems that a new guest has arrived outside the door. So, the student is saying goodbye. In no time, the door to the Maguhu household opened. At that moment, Ban Tian met the blonde young man standing at the door, nodded friendly, and brushed past him. The blonde youth gazed at the fleeting figure and murmured to himself, at that moment in the field. Subsequently, he firmly walked into the home of Maguhu. The old man's voice faintly came from the room. Are you the phoenix of the Equality House? End of this chapter.